Mr. Friday Rudolph, the stage is yours.
Is it better? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. Thank you so very much for that. I quite appreciate, and a warm welcome to each and every one of us from Southeast, North, and West, and beyond the shore of Nigeria. Those of us in diaspora, you are all welcome. Sure, you're having a good and favorable atmosphere. All right. So, without wasting much of our time, this institute is known for being an effective and efficient time manager, because we understand that every time is money and time is very, very, very essential. So we are looking at briefly today, in the next 1 hour 50 minutes, 1 hour 50 minutes, we'll be looking at supply chain management. And before I start, I want us to please adhere strictly to my own instructions. Number one, please ensure that you mute your mic unless you are asked to speak. Then you can unmute and air your opinion. That's number one. Number two, whatever question you're having, kindly put it down. At the end of the class, there will be provision for questions and answers. The reason is so that we don't disrupt the class and then waste time without completing the slides that we have. Okay. Thirdly, at the end of this the training, the slides will be shared to each and every one of us, so that at our leisure we can confidently go through the slides, all the manuals for this training period. Okay, so that is that for now. I can ask question anytime, and once I call your name, please, for me to be sure that I'm not talking to myself, please let's be attentive. Let it be as interactive as possible, so we can gain one or two things. We are here to learn, relearn, and unlearn, okay? So it's not a one-man show. It is not my thing. It is our thing. So let's be together, and we'll be glad that we invested in this. At the end of the program, go to the platform. If you are satisfied, let other people preach the good news to other participants that are lethargic, that are skeptical about it. Let them know that training is ongoing and there's need for them to participate. You may not be able to give them money, but you can give them information that they can work with. They would have you to thank later. Thank you very much. So we start. We're looking at, like I said, supply chain management. And you ask me, I'm not into production line. I don't have a business of my own. How then am I a supply chain manager? How can I fit myself in this system of being a supply chain manager? The same question goes to people that want to undertake a course in project management. And they will tell you, I'm not a project manager because I don't build roads, I don't build houses, I don't construct this, I don't do this, and I don't do this. Hence, I cannot take a course in project management because none of these aforementioned items is what I do. But the question is, what constitutes your own very life? The life that you are living, what makes it what it is? It is projects management. What do I mean by that? You don't need to be an architect. You don't need to be an engineer before you can become a project manager. Thinking about your life, putting things in place about your life to make meaning from what it was to where you want it to be in the next 5 years. That is project in the making. Does that make you an engineer? No. Does that make you a construction manager? No. So project is not necessarily when I construct a building, when I get a contract from government to build a house and all of that. That is not what it is. The same thing is applicable to what supply chain. The little business that you do, the connection, the contract that you undertake, the point is supply chain management. How do you manage the two people that you are dealing with? How do you manage the resources at your disposal to ensure that you are able to transform that resources from what it is to what you want it to be in order to satisfy your customer? You are already what? A supply chain manager. That is how it works. So you don't need to say, hey, I'm not working in a big company. We are not supplying this. We are not manufacturing this. No. Do you know that what I am doing right now qualifies me to becoming a supply chain manager as a facilitator? I am now what? A supply chain manager. Why? You are my customer. You are my customer. I have the materials at my disposal. How am I able to utilize this material at my disposal, translating it, formulating it in order for you to be satisfied? In the course of making you satisfied, what are the things that I put into use? For example, I need what? A functional system, a functional laptop. For example, I need an internet that is working well. Those are what? Resources. I'm able to make use of these resources in order for me to do what? Meet your expectation as a customer. Driving the training, driving the experience, driving the knowledge into you. Once you are able to receive it, once you are able to use it, supply chain is complete. So, am I working now in a company that is into production? The answer is no. But already I have functioned as a supply chain manager. That is how. Okay. Somebody is saying that she cannot hear anything. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
All right. I'm seeing on the comments here, can't hear anything, please. So maybe it's from the person's side.
Yes, I'm hearing you clearly. It's very, very clear.
All right. Any other person hearing me, please? Any other person?
Maybe you just need to put on a presentation mode.
We can hear you very well.
All right.
Put on the
All right.
presentation mode.
You can hear you. It's clear.
Okay. So we move. To some of us, I want to reiterate that this is like a reminder to some of us on this platform. This is like we are hearing this for the first time. Whichever category that you belong into, please, no knowledge is a waste. Okay? No knowledge is a waste. We say that supply chain management is a critical discipline that involves the effective management and coordination of the flow of goods, services, information, and finances across the entire supply chain network. The supply chain encompasses all the activities required to bring a product or service from its origin to the end consumer or user, including sourcing, production, distribution, and customer service. Like I use myself as an example, that for me to deliver this package to you, I'm acting as a supply chain manager. Look at what is written here. Effective management and coordination of the flow of goods. Okay, MJB is able to coordinate this training manage the time, ensure that they have good hands on ground. It is not just enough for you to have good hands on ground. The question is, do you have the resources that they can work with and give the services that is required? Then we talk about what? The coordination of the flow of goods, services, information. Okay? We've been able to harness all these critical elements into place in order to give what? An effective, result-oriented kind of service. A supply chain encompasses all the activities required. Now, what are the activities required in this? We ensure that we gather the people, we get our customers, we understand the needs of the customers. What exactly do they need? How can we please them? How can we satisfy them? Getting what they need, the requirement, gives us the impetus to go back to the drawing board to say, these are the expectations of the customers. How then can we meet the expectations of our customers? How then can we surpass the expectations of the customers? That is where effective management coordination, effective utilization of materials is put to use. You talk about the sourcing, you talk about the production, the distribution, and what? The customer service. It is not just enough for you as a supply chain manager to stock your warehouse with goods. How are you distributing these goods to the end users? What are you doing? That is where the element of management comes in. Like I often say, supply chain is a word on its own. Management is a word on its own. When you marry the two, you are able to do what? Get the desired result. Now, let's say, for example, I have a production company. I recruit people. I have the machines. I have the customers. I have the raw materials, but I do not have the management skills needed. I do not have the management skills needed. When I talk about management skills needed, I'm talking about the holistic effectiveness of the utilization of everything that you have. I have the people, yet I do not know how to make use of the people. I have the materials, but I am one with a wasteful kind of mentality. Well, we have money, I don't care what happens, all I want is results. You mean it that you don't care as a manager? I don't care whatever the staff do, that is their business. I am here to hire and to fire. Hello, as a manager, you think like that and you believe that the organization will progress? The answer is no, it will not, because you are not able to effectively manage what you have. And in management, there are key elements which talk about coordination, talks about planning, talks about coordinating, supervising, about a whole lot, motivation of staff, and what have you. What if you do not have all this? How then do you effectively make use of your staff? That is where the concept, the idea of management comes into play. Okay, so we said the primary goal of supply chain management is to optimize these activities to ensure that products or services are delivered to customers efficiently, at the right time, at the lowest possible cost, while maintaining high quality and customer satisfaction. You see, as a business person, no matter the level of your business, whether it is a one-man business, for now you are dealing with only 2 people, 1 person, 5 people, 10, it doesn't really matter. Do you know what matters most? Can somebody tell me what matters most as a business person, as a supply chain manager? What matters most? You can make your input. Just in one sentence, what matters most?
Good morning. My name is Victor. What matters the
Hello.
most is the management and
Okay,
coordination.
Victor.
Is the management of the resources, both human and material, that is available.
Okay, effective management of what available resources. Thank you very much. Any other person?
Hello. Yes.
Yeah.
I think what matters most,
Zachariah,
supply chain management, is customer satisfaction.
customer satisfaction. Yes. Any other person? Ogechi, can you hear me now? Any other person? We are absolutely correct.
I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Okay. I was asking a question. What matters most?
So I agree with customer satisfaction and maintaining high quality of your goods or services.
Okay. Maintaining high quality and customer satisfaction. We are all correct. You see, one item gives birth to another, that gives birth to another, that gives birth to another. So it is like, we call it chain. It is a chain. Okay. So like somebody said, okay, Mr. Victor said, effective management of resources. Yes. If there is no effective management of resources, you cannot attain quality. And if quality is not attained, there's no way a customer can be satisfied. See the chain. Meaning that you cannot do without one another. They are all what encompassing, embraced. Okay? So, but as a business person, customer satisfaction is the key element to anything that you do. When you have the mentality of always satisfying your customer, every other thing will be looked into because you have a mandate. Nobody will see your mandate. So you have a mandate to satisfy a customer. So when you understand that mandate, you are able to do what? Put into use effective quality. Understand how to deliver your goods on time at the lowest possible cost while maintaining high quality. So these are the functions or what is expected. Then we say that supply chain plays a vital role in enhancing a company's competitiveness and profitability in today's globalized and complex business environment. We understand that we are working in a very complex, competitive, stiff business environment. How do you stay in business? How do you stay in business? How do you stay in business? The reason most people survive in business is because they have been able to do what? To meet expectation. They've been able to build trust. Even if there's a close substitute, the customer will not want to go to other side because that trust has already been built. So as a business person, the first thing that you need to do is to build trust. You know, sometimes even you as a customer, somebody will bring a product to you or service and say, this is what we do. And it is just the same thing like what your own, the other business is offering to you. You have the option of saying, okay, let me patronize you and see how, but you're like, no. My client is offering the same thing. I'm okay with what they offer. Why are you saying that? Because you are satisfied. It is only a satisfied customer that can speak like that. A dissatisfied customer will do what? Jump at the next available option. So, for organization to maintain their profitability, their competitiveness, business environment, you need to do what? Ensure that you put everything in place in order for your customers to be satisfied. So we talk about the 5 most critical elements of supply chain. We said developing a strategy, sourcing raw materials, production, distributions, and return. Once this is done, supply chain management is complete. You develop a strategy. I want to do something distinct from the other person. Okay? I want to do something different from the other person, the other business. That is a strategy. Your strategy could be medium time, it could be long time, it could be short time. But the truth of the matter is, no organization succeeds without developing what strategies. No organization succeeds. So, Zachariah, how do you develop a strategy as a supply chain manager? Mr. Zachariah, how do you develop a strategy as a supply chain manager? Over to you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Friday. You develop a strategy by planning. You are a supply chain manager. As a business person, you're in the market, and you know there are a lot of these products that the product that you want to get to your customers. There are other people that are doing such products. So what you do is you plan strategies that is different from what other people are doing to make sure that you produce those raw material. Produce those goods and satisfy your customer needs.
Okay, so who are the people that you must take along while developing your strategy?
Well, there are mostly people you take along while developing strategies are your customers, those that are, that really want your product or services.
Yeah, when I'm developing a strategy, I'm putting them into consideration, but when developing it, I am not developing it with them. There are other sub-departmental heads, units that I must sit down. For example, the sales department, the procurement department. These are key areas, these are key departments that are, okay. For example, the salesperson goes out every day. He meets, dialogue, communicates, relates with the customers. These are people that have what? First-hand information as to what the yearnings of the customers are, their expectation. Now, when they come back to the organization, you as a supply chain manager, you have a roundtable talk. Having gone out as a sales rep, as a salesperson, what were they saying about the product? What negative things did they say? Don't always look at the positive and ask positive questions and let them tell us how the good, how we have been able to do. No, sometimes ask negative questions. Let them give you negative point of view. That negative result will do what? Make you to sit up. But each time you are always getting positive responses and all that, you believe that you are on top of your game. You are the king of the jungle. Yeah. But unknown to you that you are just floating. You are standing with only one leg. So the key people here are your procurement department, because they are in charge of what? Sourcing for resources, sourcing for materials. Your sales, your production, they must be what? They must be included in developing what? This is to penetrate the market. How do we want to keep our customers in tune with us, that they have, even when they have options, they cannot leave us? It is from getting results, carrying out a survey from the customers. We talk about sourcing raw materials. Ogechi, how do you source your raw materials? What are the things that you must put into consideration in sourcing your raw materials? Over to you, Ogechi.
So in sourcing raw materials, I want to believe that you must know who has the materials that is needed.
Yes, number one.
Right. Yes, in terms of quality.
Good.
Yes. And cost too. You must be able to source.
Okay, I've gotten to, yeah, cost is there.
Okay, you must. Right. Okay, you must be able to know the right material and be sure that you are doing it in the right place at the right cost. Yeah, I think you just apply 7 hours basically when you are sourcing for material.
Okay. In sourcing for your raw materials, there are so many things that will come to play. The first thing, like you mentioned, is the client, is the supplier having the same vision, the same mission as to what the our organization is having. What do I mean by that? We believe in quality. What this person is supplying, will it be able to meet our expectation, our objectives, our goals as an organization? Do they have the capacity? We can sum it up to what capacity. Okay? For the fact that you're a supplier doesn't mean that I just approach you and say, hey, give me this material, and then I go with it. No, I must do what? Concrete paperwork, documentations. I must understand what you stand for as a supplier. I must understand who you are as a supplier. You can just cajole me now. In fact, you see this market, this segment of the market, just ask of me, I am the president, I am the this. You use your sugar-coated tongue and cajole me into it. I invest my money. The next thing, I come to the shop is locked. I call your line, it's switched off. Why? Because there was no due diligence conducted, carried out on the part of the company. I should have been able to know your past antecedents, your past history, your records. I should be able to conduct a survey, a questioning session from other people around and know who you are. But once I failed to do that, I'm about shooting myself on the foot, because in the world of business, anything can happen. Anything can happen. So first, I must ensure the capability of this person, the right materials that this person has, the past antecedents or records, know where you reside. In fact, follow first you even
I think we lost Mr. Friday.
Signal is coming back. There's a network issue. It's coming back.
Sorry for the break in transmission. So, like I was saying, a whole lot of things must be put in place. Must be put in place in order for you to ensure that you don't just invest wrongly. Okay? You don't invest into wrong hands. At the end of the day, you do what? Regret what you did. So we talk about developing a strategy, sourcing raw materials, the production. Okay, how do you make your production then? How do you make your production? What do you consider in making your production? Anybody can answer, please. What do you consider in making your production? Anybody can answer, please. Anybody? Anybody? What do you consider in your production? Mrs. Ogechi, are you there? Mrs. Ogechi, are you there? Hello? Is somebody hearing me, please?
Hello?
Yes, I'm here, but we can't access the slides anymore.
Yes, don't worry, it will come up. I'm talking about production. What do you consider in your production level?
You want to consider materials availability.
Okay. Materials availability, yes. What other thing? You see, you are speaking as a supply chain manager. See yourself that you are a manager. You are working in an organization, a production company, okay? And somebody is asking you, all right, an investor just comes in and say, Mrs. Ogechi, I just want to invest in this organization. So if you have the materials and all of that, all the resources, what will you be looking out to give us a quality, production and all of that? That is exactly what I want you to say, expressing yourself as a manager. So over to you again.
You will also ensure that the environment that the production is being taken is appropriate for whatever you are producing or whatever the production company is producing. Then, in terms of quality control, you would ensure that they're also following the standard operating procedures, so that the product can meet up with what the quality that you desire.
Okay. Thank you. Any other person?
In terms of equipment as well.
Technology, yes.
The right equipment are being used.
Any other person?
Yes.
The right equipment being used.
I think you may want to
Thank
consider.
you very much, Ogechi.
You may want to consider the demand, and you may want to consider the machinery, those things that you need for the production, they are intact, and then you want to consider if they are experts.
Okay. Talk about the machineries, talk about the technical know-how on how to use the machines. Yeah, talk about the demand. Yes, thank you very much. Now, one of the most critical thing to look out for, to consider, is the demand. In our next class, we'll talk about demand planning and forecasting. As a supply chain manager, as a production manager, you are looking at what? The demand. Why should we produce the quantity that we are producing? Why? Do we have need for it? Or we just want to produce and just stock up there? So the production department must work hand in hand with the sales department, with the operation. Okay. The reason for this is the sales department, they get information, they get orders from the customers. Okay, we need 500. This one, we need 200. We need 50. This one, we need 10. This one, we need 5. All of that must be what? Well harnessed, well collated. Again, there must be what? Comprehensive information and communication. Reason being that the material, the time that we would have used to produce 5,000 copies might not be the same time that we used to produce 200. Why don't we just do 500 at a stretch? Rather than we have done 200. Mrs. Ogeti just came, sorry, sir, I forgot. Somebody said he needed 100. Then we on the machine again, start the process and all of that. If the information had come earlier, we would have done everything at the same time. What would that happen to us? It will save cost. It will save time. It will save resources and all of that. So there must be what? There must be effective communication. There must be effective what? Communication. Then we talk about machineries. Okay? It is one thing for you to have the machines. It is another thing altogether for you to know how it is operated. Do you have the right manpower, the skilled, the experts that will be able to use these machines? That is a question. So it is part of what your production production line, what you should consider. Again, you talk about, Ogeti mentioned the environment that you are operating. Is the environment suitable? Okay? Is the environment suitable that you can operate at will without necessarily getting into issues and what have you? You must consider your environment. First, you must consider your environment. So these are some of the things that we consider when you are talking about production. We've talked about sourcing of raw materials. We've talked about production. We've talked about strategy. And then we are looking at distribution. What do you consider when you must have done your strategy? You must have sourced for your materials. You've converted the raw materials into finished goods, and then you want to distribute. What do you consider? Mr. Zakaria, what do you consider?
Yes, the first thing you consider is your different options for distribution. Which one will cost you less and will give you the desired effect?
Thank you. Which will cost you less and give you the desired result? We are taking route A. We have 4 routes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one is closer? Which one are we going to take that we can meet up on time? Thank you very much. That's a very vital point. Another person. Any other person?
Yes.
Your distribution channels, what are you looking at?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I think you want to look at the storage capacity for the things that you want to
storage
distribute.
capacity.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then you want to also look at the fleet, the type of vehicles that you are using. Then depending on the area too, I think that one can enter in the options analysis. You want to see the geographical accessibility to where your customers are. Is it going to be feasible? In doing that, we'll surely try to evaluate the cost, and then you determine the kind of vehicles that you want to use for a particular route that you are taking. And I also want to add that in the distribution, you need the logistics, the experts too. in that domain. And then you need also to know the demand, the quantities, what quantity is going to where, in which area. So that's what I can say for now.
Yeah.
So,
Any other person? You are
yes, sir.
absolutely correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
So I want to also add that in terms of distribution, you must also consider the products in question. Is it a product that requires cold chain for its distribution? How would the product get to the final person? And then the lead time, the time it would take for the product to get to the user must be put into place.
To the user.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. We have really spoken so much. We are okay. Somebody want to say something?
So I think all this they said is also before you going to plan your logistics or your supply chain effectively distribution, you think of two options. Either the company go through the route of setting up hubs in different locations. Once the products are produced, they are placed in the hub, then that hub serves a certain geographical coverage. Or you go the option of outsourcing your distribution. Once you produce, you get vendors that will come and pick the product and go and deliver to the customers. So I think those are once these options are placed, then these other things can come into play also. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. Now we have spoken extensively, coming up with our ideas and all of that. Everything we have said so far is actually correct. All of this that you have said is just to get one result to satisfy your customer. If I'm distributing, okay, where do I take it to? Which is the most preferred for me? Sometimes in the midst of distribution, I can decide to collaborate with another person, with some other companies that are very effective in doing this business. So I enter into a contractual agreement with them. It's okay, this is what we are into. At every point in time, help me distribute this. You get a percentage, or based on the ratio of distribution and all of that. What am I trying to say? Business is all about collaboration these days, because you may not have everything at your disposal to run a complete business. You may not. I'm not saying you will not, but you may not. That is just what the reality. So what do business do? They collaborate. Guy, this is what I do. What do you do? Okay. And that means you can be helping me to distribute my product. What do you do? Oh, that means you have a warehouse. Okay, I can make use of your warehouse because I don't have enough. That is what collaboration, that is partnership. So we consider all of this in order to do what? Keep the business moving. Then we talk about returns. What do you understand by returns? What do you understand by returns? Anybody? What do you understand by returns?
Hello?
Hello. Yeah, you can
Yes,
talk. What do you understand by return?
For me, returns are those products that will return in the reverse direction, in the reverse logistics. Maybe probably because they were over supplied, or those products that have not been consumed. That's what I understand by the returns here. How do they get back maybe and redistributed or so?
Okay, thank you. Any other person?
Yes, I can say that it's the process of overseeing products back to where they are produced.
Wow. Okay. That's basically when you talk about. Okay, some other person wants to say something.
I wanted to say that a return perhaps may be maybe the benefits that you get from engaging in the distribution activity? By
Yes.
maybe say satisfying your customer appropriately.
Yes. Now, returns could be in form of qualitative or quantitative. Are we getting that? Hello?
Yes, we are with you.
Yes, we are with you.
Okay. Returns could be in form of qualitative or quantitative. What do I mean by that? Every organization wants feedback from the customers. We are able to satisfy you. The return there is, oh, I quite appreciate the product came in right on time, in good condition, and all of the specification was exactly what I ordered, and this and this and this. That is returns in a qualitative manner, in a qualitative way. So we take back that returns to the organization, analyze it in a scale of 20 customers. How many people, how many customers gave this kind of qualitative returns? And again, we look at the quantitative. On getting to the customer's doorstep, we discover that there's a defect on the product. We discover that the customer is so angry that you kept me waiting for extra 3 hours, whereas you ought to have given me this thing 1 hour ago. That is dissatisfaction. That is returns. Now he's telling you the goods, I cannot take it. What happens? Oh, along the line, it got tampered with. You return it back to the organization. The organization sits down. What happened to this? Why were you not able to get there as at the time scheduled? All of this feedback is what we call return in supply chain. Like I said, it can be qualitative and it can be quantitative. The reason for that are simple, while others are rather complicated. The complexity of the supply chain will vary with the size of the business and intricacy and members of items that are manufactured. We have complex supply chain and we have what? Simple supply chain. When you talk about simple supply chain, Mr. Zakaria is a manufacturer, okay? I am the one supplying him, okay? He gets the goods directly from me. Let's say he wants to start doing baking, okay? Baking of maybe pastries and what have you. He gets the flour from me directly. He doesn't have to meet me, then go to Ogechi and buy this one, go to this. No, it is just one component that you have to get it. One part is 2 other parts from another person. The next part that will make the product to complete, you get it from another person. Can you see the trend? It becomes complex. You begin to deal with about 6 to 7 suppliers at the same time just for a single product. It is complex because your time, your energy, your resources will be in it. Rather than having a smooth journey, you are having up to 10 hours, 15 hours journey. It's just like for those of you in Nigeria, you want to go to Abuja, okay? Maybe you are staying in Lagos, you are going to Abuja, and then you are going by road, and it takes you 14 to 15 hours just to get to Abuja. And then that is complex. You see that your legs will be swollen, you sleep and wake up, sleep and wake up. On the other hand, it's a very simple supply chain. Get to the airport, board your flight, 45 minutes, you are there. That is exactly how the complexity and the simplicity of supply chain works. Okay, so we look at the elements. We talk about the customer. We talk about the customer. You cannot do without what? Your customers. The customer starts the supply chain. They end the supply chain. The customer makes the request. They put you into action. You run the race on behalf of them. At the end of the day, you deliver. So it starts with the customer and it ends with the customer. Without the customer, you cannot procure your raw materials. Without the customer, you cannot transform the raw materials into finished goods. Without the customer, you cannot distribute. That is just what it means. So customer contact the sales department of the company, which enters the sales order for a specific quantity to be delivered on a specific date. So if the product has to be manufactured, the sales order will include a requirement that needs to be fulfilled by the production facility. Mr. Zakaria is giving me, he's placing an order and he says, this is my spec. This is what I want. That is the reason we will talk about that maybe in a subsequent training. We talk about organizations being flexible in their operations. Being flexible. He's giving me an order, telling me this is my spec, this is what I want. And I tell him, excuse me, Mr. Zach, well, you cannot come and tell me what you do. This is how our company, this is what we do. We cannot go above and then start this spec that you are giving. No. This is what we are known for. This is what we do. It shows that you are not flexible. Flexibility in business means that you are able to meet up with any change or changes that might come in to disrupt the norms in that organization. It is not always like doing the usuals. It is stepping out of your boundaries to do what you are supposed to do based on customers' specification. That is flexibility. So when you are rigid, you say, no, right from the time of our forefathers. In fact, I inherited this business from my forefathers. This is how they have been doing. Brother, you will be there. People will come and pass you by, and you live in your old school mentality. If you are not ready to change with the change will leave you behind. So it starts what? With the customer and ends with the customer. Then we talk about planning, which is a very vital point in supply chain. As a manager, everything you do, every step you take, everything you do, I repeat, every step you take is a resultant effect of what? Planning. It is either your planning is effective or non-effective. It is either your planning is efficient or otherwise. It is either your planning is result-oriented or otherwise. What do we mean? At every stage in your supply chain, you must plan. Where do we get our raw materials? Which suppliers should we contact? What are their pedigree? How much are they giving us? Do they believe in quality? Do they believe in time management? Are they the kind of people that live up to their words? That when they say we'll deliver in the next 1 hour, surely they deliver in the next 1 hour. Have they been involved in any criminal, record or transaction or whatever? Okay. Is this place closer to our facility? Do we have other people that can give us this same quality with lesser amount? What? Then you talk about the people, the manpower. Do we actually need skilled workers? Is it semi-skilled? Do we need expertise? What kind of machines do we need? Are we looking at manual labor? Are we looking at using technology? If we are using technology, how much will it cost us? If we are to deploy this machine, they say it's from Germany. How much will it cost? Do we have the financial stability to meet up with this? Okay, the orders have started coming in. How do we intend to meet up with the desired demands of the customers? Okay, we have finished production. How do we distribute it? Should we do it batch by batch, or we take everything along? Should we, can we collaborate with other people? Do we sublet it, outsource it to other people? Can we? Everything. What am I trying to say? All of this is planning. You plan your resources. You plan everything that you do in order to get your result. So you don't wake up, you don't say, hey, let's do it like that. Anything, however it comes, there's nobody that is perfect. You just scratch your head and say, there's nobody that is perfect. Let's just try. Let's do it like that. Whatever result, we can move on from there. It doesn't work like that as an organization, because you are there to satisfy customers and to maximize profit. You are there to work down on your wastages. You are not there to, because resources are scarce, you cannot afford to be wasting raw materials, wasting money when you should have been able to avoid it. This is what planning produces. We talk about purchasing. We say that the purchasing department receives a list of raw materials and services required by the production department to complete the customer's order. The purchasing department sends purchase order to selected suppliers to deliver the necessary raw materials to the manufacturing site on the required date. We have gotten the demand, the order. It is now for us to do what? Be selective. Okay, Mr. A wants this, and who do we meet to supply this? Mr. B wants this, and who do we meet to? So you have collected what? The order. You have sent it to what? To the purchasing department. They are now doing what? Sourcing for suppliers based on the orders that they have collected, so that we don't end up getting materials that we don't have need of, because there was no proper collation, there was no proper analysis, there was no proper communication. This can be avoided if everybody come together and work as a team to get the desired result, meeting up organizational objectives and goals. We talk about inventory. We say the raw materials are received from the suppliers, checked for quality and accuracy, and moved into the warehouse. You take inventory. Inventory is simply taking order, cross-checking that the order is the same thing as what is supplied. We requested for 1,000 units. Is it complete? We tick it, yes, we have counted. It is not only for it to be complete, the specification that we gave, is it the same thing as to what is supplied? We cross-check with our quality department, and they say, okay, it is the same quality. We look at, is there anyone with defects that we can return, and we observe that maybe 20 has a defect. We separate it, we return, another one is brought. Okay, once that is done, the next thing is for us to do what? Take it into the warehouse for storage. So the supplier will then send an invoice to the company of the items they delivered. The raw materials are stored until they are required by the production department. Sometimes we have the department for budgeting. We have the department for forecasting. What is their function? Like we said now, stored until they are required by the production. What if we just get the product and the raw materials and it is stored there for the next 10 years? And unfortunately, it gets expired. The company loses. So they must be effective. That is where planning comes in. That is where what planning comes in. How long are we going to store this material? Are we projecting further demand, that in the next 6 months, the demand will skyrocket? What have you seen that gives you such belief? Are we seeing that in the next 6 months, based on the economic trend, that the demand will be declined? Have you been able to analyze to get such a result? That is where you have your team of analysts that will tell you the future tendencies of what is going to happen. Then we talk about production. We say that it is based on what? It is based on plan. The production managers do not just on their machine and begin to produce because they want to work. No, they produce based on demand, based on plan. So after the items have been completed and tested, they are stored back in the warehouse prior to delivery to the customers. The items are not just produced and then sent to the customers immediately. They are what? They are checked for quality. They are what? Checked for quality. They want to ensure that the specification is met. Okay. Then we talk about transportation. Like we said, the transportation, different means of transportation based on the durability of the product, based on how the product is. Is it perishable? If it is perishable, there is no way it can go on road for 3 days or 4 days. It will get spoiled. So you begin to deploy other means that you can do or transport this product. Okay. Any questions so far? Any questions
Yes,
so
sir.
far?
Just
Yes, sir.
Okay.
a contribution, sir.
All right,
My
please go ahead.
question. Okay.
Yes, I wanted to contribute to the aspect of distribution. In distribution, we want to ensure that there is also security. We want to ensure that whatever we are distributing is arriving the customer intact. So with security, we
Yes.
want to look at putting in the systems in place, maybe that will prevent theft. It could be that the car can have an accident on the road. In that case, what are the steps to take? So we want to ensure that the goods are getting to the customer safe. So we want to put security measures in place.
In place.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the
Thank you.
contribution that I wanted to
Okay.
bring.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. You know, technology has made it a little bit easier for us to fast track what is going on. That at every point in time, we can be in our offices and then we watch the people on the field that are going out for this distribution. It is technology. It is very important. Thank you very much. Somebody wanted to make ask a question.
No, sir. Mine is clarification.
Okay, please.
The first elements we talked about, is it peculiar to just the supply chain manager? And then the elements we're discussing now is just for the supply chain. I want to clarify that.
Which in particular, which of the elements in
You know,
particular?
we talked about, we listed some 5 most critical elements. And then again, we're talking about elements again of the supply chain. So my question is, the 5 most critical elements is, I'm just a bit, because there are some points that are overlapping here too.
Yes, we talk about the developing a strategy, sourcing raw materials, production, distribution, and returns, right? Okay. Then here we talk about customer. Are you seeing the slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we talk about customer, we talk about planning, we talk about purchasing, we talk about inventory, okay? And then we talk about production, transportation, and all of that. They are actually the same. One is operational and one is managerial.
Okay.
Yes. One is operational and one is a kind of managerial. Let's say, for example, we are talking about planning. Planning encompasses all round, whether sales, whether procurement, human resources, finance, just name it. It cut across all round supply chain. And then we make reference to the customers. What we are trying to do here is to simplify it in a way that you cannot do without a customer as a supply chain manager. And then your planning system must include, how can you plan? Now let's look at this, developing a strategy. How can you develop a strategy without planning? How can you source for raw materials without planning? How can you produce without planning? How can you distribute without planning, and then your returns without planning? So we can see that every other element is embedded in all of these 5 elements that we talk about. Good. So that's what we are looking at. Then we did mention strategy and all of that. We say that at this level, company management will be looking to high-level strategic decisions concerning the whole organization, such as the size and location of the manufacturing site, partnership with suppliers, products to be manufactured, and sales market. You are looking at having a strategy on ground, which involves or includes putting into consideration the size, the location of your space, facility. Strategy also entails, if I must move forward, is there need for me to partner with another person? Or I want to build a world around myself and remain small? Or I decide to spread the tentacles, partner with some other person, and then grow further. Then talking about the product to be manufactured, what kind of product am I manufacturing? Is it something that will stand the test of time? Is it something that is, accepted by people? I need to do what? I need to put a strategy on ground in order for me to get that. Being tactical. Tactical decision focus on adopting measures that will produce cost benefit for favored suppliers. For you to be tactical, you need to adopt what industry, what best practices, ethics, rules, regulations, what drives, every industry has its own what, its own procedures, its own rules, what binds them together. So as a supply chain manager, you must understand what is the best practice or practices that this industry embraces. This industry wants people of the same mind to do what? To work along with. Operational. Of course, operational is a day-to-day activities of the organization. You say operations manager, his work is to ensure that everything is going on perfectly smoothly well at every space within the work the work period. We don't want to hear excuses. All we want is things are working out fine. Decisions at this level are made each day in businesses that affect how the product move along the supply chain. Operations decisions involve making schedule changes to production, purchasing agreement with suppliers, taking orders from customers, and moving products in the warehouse. We are talking about what? Operations. Getting all the activities for the day to work effectively and efficiently in order for what? For the organization to meet up with the demands of the customers. So we say that if a company expects to achieve benefit from their supply chain management process, they will require some level of investment in technology.
Hello, sir. I think we lost you.
Network is really bad. I think he will be joining us soon again as soon as he rectifies the network issue. Please have patience a bit. Just hold on. Thank you.
Hello, and please open web these materials. Thank you.
Yes, it will be posted. It will be posted. We are recording it right now, so it will be posted to every participant. Thank you.
Apologies for that. There was power shortage, so I had to just rally around to get back my internet and all that. So we are back. Hello?
Okay.
Yes. So sorry. This is Nigeria for us. We are moving.
They
Yes.
are moving forward. Welcome
One
back.
point or another. Thank you, sir. Okay, so we were looking at what technology, and we said that technology is very important. Okay, yes. I asked a question. What kind of technology would you be suggesting for a supply chain company or a supply chain manager? What kind of technology do you think should be adopted? Somebody?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm asking a question. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. What kind of technology do you think one should be looking out for?
Okay, I think as a supply chain manager, if you have a technology or an information system in place that can permit end-to-end communication and visibility, it will be the best.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other person? Any other person? We are
Yes,
experts now. We are managers. What are you? Yes. Okay. Let me hear you, please.
yes, yes. So I think as a supply chain manager, what you'll be thinking about is what makes your business moves on smoothly. Things like anything that has to a technology that has to encompass things like finance, human resource, procurement. I mean everything. I mean a technology in one place that can make your business work smooth, like let's say enterprise resource planning,
Yeah.
Oracle, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. You know, just like you mentioned, enterprise resource planning is very key. At a glance, you can know exactly what each department is doing, what results they are getting, and all of that. Every organization must ensure that they get one or two technologies in place in order for you to move on. Okay, so how does supply chain management work? How? How does it work? Supply chain management simply, okay. How does it work?
Yeah, supply chain management, I think is an interaction between all those different functions. It's working to ensure that all the activities that we have, from planning to the distribution of those products to the customers, that we are getting it done. So it's an interaction, it's kind of interaction between the different tiers in the chain, and ensuring that in each tier that the processes are being followed up accurately.
All right, that's a very good one. Supply chain is not about a particular departmental function. It is what? The holistic departmental function. When I mean holistic departmental function, yeah, what do I mean by that? It is not a single departmental function, but a holistic departmental function. What do I mean by that, Mr. Zekweya?
Yes, it will mean that a supply chain, like you said earlier, starts with the customer and ends with the customer. So it will not be that only the production department or the purchasing department is working. It's it's a teamwork, it's a collaborative effort between between all departments, from planning. If you have a planning department, production department, distribution, all of these things come together to make sure that what the company stands for, the value that the company stands for is achieved. So it's not one thing, not one department that works alone. It works in collaboration with other departments.
Yes, for Chelsea Football Club to win, one person cannot carry the ball from goalkeeping post, dribble other 11 opponents and score, right? It is what a collective effort. We pass to this one, pass to this one, pass. Before you know, we score a goal. Once we score and we win, everybody rejoices. The glory is for everybody, right? That's exactly how supply chain management works. Let me quickly add this. We are not going to set any examination at the end of this. It is participation just as what we have now that will qualify the participants to getting their certificates. So as you are contributing, names are being written down and marks is being awarded. So if you feel you just come, you sit, you don't want to make any input, well, you might not as well get your certificate. You might wait for another batch before you can get it. So I just I should pass this across briefly. So we say that typically supply chain attempt to centrally control or link the production, shipment, and distribution of the product. By managing the supply chain, companies can cut excess costs and deliver product to the customer faster. This is done by keeping tight control of internal inventories, internal production, distribution, sales, and the inventories of what company vendors. This is how it works. You can see from here that every department, every functional department is what is put into use. There's a control system, a measure on ground in order to ensure that not one department is functioning, but every other department is living up to expectation in order for us to do what? Get our desired result. We said that it is based on this idea that nearly every product that comes to the market results from the effort of various organizations that makes up a supply chain. Although supply chain have existed for years, most companies have only recently paid attention to them as a value add to their operation. Not every company embraced supply chain, but it has existed for decades, for years. Some of these multinational companies that embrace supply chain, for example, there are companies that have been in the same for above 100 years, 120, 150, and they are what production companies. Check their what? Their company, and you see what premium, what value they add to supply chain. They do everything possible in order to ensure that they meet up with the desired expectation. I always use Coca-Cola for example. Coca-Cola is one company that has been in existence for over 140 years, and they are still standing. If God carries, they can last up to 300 years. Why? Because they've embraced supply chain. They've embraced technology. They've embraced these ethics in order for them to do what? Remain in the organization. They once upon a time embraced what? Collaboration. Do you know that not everything that Coca-Cola has that is entirely their own? Sometimes they outsource some to other companies. That is the power of what? Collaboration. And they're existing for over 140 years. That's the supply chain. When effectively utilized, result is visible. Let's look at the 5 parts of supply chain. we've mentioned the planning illustration. Planning has to do with what? Time, right? Planning has to do with time. We talk about short, medium, and long-term projection, planning, budgeting, or what have you. Are doing what? Emphasizing on what? On time. To get the results from supply chain management, the process usually begins with planning to match supply with customer and manufacturing demands. That the time gap is not so much that people begin to agitate, begin to carry placard before you now answer them. No. Time is of what? Is of essence. Therefore, the supply chain manager must plan based on the time. Then we talk about the sourcing. The sourcing. Efficient SCM processes rely very heavily on strong relationship with what? Suppliers. Why do we need to have relationship with our suppliers? Is reason because sometimes as a business person, you may not have all the money to procure the necessary materials. But I tell you, if you have a good standing with your supplier, they can supply you while you pay later based on agreement. But if you do not, then you only take orders and you are not able to meet the orders because there is no material to work with. So you must have a strong relationship. You must have a strong partnership with what? With your suppliers. The raw materials meet the manufacturing specification need for the production of what? Of goods. The prices paid for the goods are in line with market expectation. Now, the vendor has the flexibility to deliver emergency materials due to unforeseen events. We said that a few minutes ago, talking about what? Flexibility. That you have the power to be flexible in order to do what? Deliver emergency materials due to unforeseen events. You must be flexible as a supplier. You must be flexible as a production manager. You must be flexible as a business person. You must be what? Flexible. Things will not always be according to how you have planned it. That is the reason you make room for what if scenarios. You make room for unforeseen circumstances. Okay? So that supply chain management is especially critical when manufacturers are working with perishable goods. When sourcing goods, firms should be mindful of lead time and how well a supplier can comply with those needs. It's self-explanatory. If you are dealing with perishable goods, you must be mindful of the location. You must be mindful of the supplier's ability to supply as at when due, not supplying when the goods have already perished on the way. They now bring it. No. Okay, we said that once products are made and sales are finalized, the company must get the product into the hands of the customers. The distribution process is often seen as a brand image contributor, as up till this point, the customer has yet interacted with the product. In strong SCM processes, the company has robust logistic capabilities and delivery channel to ensure timely, safe, and inexpensive delivery of what? Of products. Ensure what? Timely, safe, and inexpensive delivery of that product. Do not suffocate your customers. Let them breathe. Don't suffocate them. Okay? So this includes having a backup or diversified distribution methods that should, at one point or another, bring about the method of transportation that is temporary and what's unusable. For example, how might a company's delivery process be impacted by record snowfall in distribution center area? A place where you have difficulty, how do you deliver? What are the processes? How will it impact on your transportation system, delivery system? In a volatile environment, what are you going to put in place in order for you to safely deliver the product? Then we'll talk about the supply chain management process includes with support for the product and customer returns. It's bad enough that the customer needs to return a product, and it is even worse if it's due to an error on the company's part. This return process is often called reverse logistics, and the company must ensure it has the capabilities to receive return products and correctly assign refunds for customers once it is received. Whether a company is performing a product return or a customer is simply not satisfied with the product, the transaction with the customer must be what remedied. Whether it is the customer that returns or that we are the one that make a record. You know, it is only greedy on this part of the continent that when people make errors in production, when they make errors in production, they do not care to do what? Make a recall. They do not care to make a recall. They simply do what? Push out the product just like that. They don't care about how the people will feel. They don't care. All they care about is let the money come. That's all. That's all. But it is unethical as a supply chain manager. It is very unethical for such to happen. Okay? So we talk about the supply chain management model, the efficient model. The efficient model. When we talk about efficient model, we are talking about the fact that companies that compete must try as much as possible to be efficient. They must be efficient in their operations, in their supply chain. Okay? They must be efficient. They strive to do what? To get an advantage by making their supply chain management process most efficient. If Mr. Zachariah is giving me the best, why will I need to leave him? I won't. I won't leave him, but rather I'll see everything possible in order for me to maintain the relationship with him. That is what the efficient model. And then we talk about the customer model. So that your customers are given the premium that they need. They must be treated the right way that they should be treated. Every customer has the right of fair treatment. Every customer have the right to what? Fair treatment. Do not joke with the integrity of your organization as a result of your nonchalant attitude, misbehavior, or having your customers not put at premium. Because one customer can run down your organization and one customer can bring up your organization. How? Based on referrals, based on word of mouth. Okay? So when you do this, when you put customers into consideration, you begin to do what? Stand above other organizations. you begin to stand above what other organization because you are giving them the best of service. You are giving them the best of service. Now, Mr. Zakaria, I want to ask, how is their satisfaction to organization? How do customers express their dissatisfaction? Mr. Zakaria.
Yes, yes. So the first thing I think what the customers do, if they come to buy something from you and they are not satisfied, they won't return.
Okay.
If they are not satisfied, they will not return. So that is a way of expressing dissatisfaction. Another way is maybe there are some supply chain, or let me say some organizations that have product reviews. I mean, website they have to do product reviews. So if the customers are not satisfied, they will leave a bad review, like a 1 star or 2 star on the product instead of a 5 star or 4 star, something like that.
Yes.
And then they will not also recommend that particular organization's product to any other person that they know wants that particular product. These are the ways that I think some customers express dissatisfaction.
Okay. Any other person? Ogechi, are you there? Ogechi, are you there? Any other person, please?
Okay. I think the customers can express dissatisfaction by the word of mouth. If there's a possibility for them to express it, they say it. If otherwise they don't return, like Zakaria already said. But at times when there are platforms for customer feedback,
yes,
we can easily get them there where the customer gives feedback of the services that they receive, the services or the products that they receive. And from those feedbacks, we can be able to rate whether the customer is dissatisfied or is satisfied.
Okay. You know, we said that customers show dissatisfaction with their legs. Customers show dissatisfaction with what? With their legs. Some of them may not even tell you dissatisfied. They may not even tell you. All they do is just for them to do what? Take a walk. Those are the kind of customers that somebody should be afraid of. Those are people that we should be what? More afraid of. Why? Because they will not tell you what the issue is. They just walk out. Okay? So for us not to have this kind of people, what we need is to, at every point in time, strive to do what? Satisfy our customers. At every point in time, strive to do what? Satisfy what? Our customers. That is the main essence. That is the goal of every organization. Customers want to be satisfied. You may not be there, okay? You may not be there as the head, but there is need for people in every unit to be trained on how to attend to customers. Everybody must be trained, right? Because we want to keep our customers. So let's look at some of the features of management. We said that management is associated with group what? Effort. Management is associated with group effort. Management is what? Purposeful. Every manager must be what? Purpose driven. You must have a purpose for everything that you are doing. Okay? Management is accomplished through the effort of others. You cannot do it on your own. Even if you have the best of technology, the technology cannot work on its own without human effort. So anything that must be achieved, anything that should be achieved, must be achieved through what? The effort of others. We say that management is goal-oriented. Of course, management is indispensable. You cannot substitute management for any other thing. Even if you say you want to use robots, you want to do this, is it not still somebody that is going to operate the robot? So you cannot substitute management for your computer. Your computer cannot think, cannot strategize. Okay? Management is intangible. And then we say that management can ensure a better life. Okay? All of this is what we have put down here that is purposeful. Wherever there's management, there is a purpose. It deals with achievement of something definite, expressed as goals or objectives. That management is accomplished through the effort of other people. Every firm works with people, different levels of people, engineer, accountant, salesman, what have you. You have them in that organization, without which the organization cannot grow. So thus it is well to be said that participation in management necessitates relinquishing what? Normal tendency to perform all things oneself and getting tasks accomplished through group effort. Every task must be accomplished through the effort of its members. Management is goal-oriented. We focus on attaining goals, achieving our objectives. We must ensure that goals are met for the purpose of our existence. It can neither be replaced nor substituted by anything else. Even the computer, which is a wonderful invention of the 20th century, can only aid but not replace management, okay? Management is intangible. Management is intangible. We say that management ensures better life. A manager can do much more to improve the work environment, motivate people, give them a better life, give them a better platform just for them to work, for us to meet our goals, meet our targets, meet organizational objectives. Okay? So management is a science and art of getting work or getting people together to accomplish desired goals and objectives by coordinating and integrating all available resources efficiently and effectively. The resources can be human, can be material, can be money, can be man, and what have you. These are what makes an organization to stand through the thick and thin and survive. Once all of these managerial goals, elements is put into place, supply chain can only do what? Survive. Any question, please? Any contribution?
I think it's clear, sir. Now I think it's clear.
I'm only getting feedback from only 3 people: Mr. Zach, Ogechi, Glory. I'm not hearing from any other person. So I don't know if they just registered their presence and they left. We have here 20 participants. I've not heard from Oluwatosi Marcos. I've not heard from
I think you
Raymond.
should be calling
I've not
their
heard
names.
from Sarah. Hello, madam. When I said some other person, or when I say any other person, it includes everybody on the platform. I may not call their names. If you are here with me, you can make your input. Yes. It is only people that have made their names known that I can call. Yes. Some of them are not even here. That's what it shows. Mr. Sarah is not here. See, Victor, which other person? Okay, I'm just hearing her name, her voice for the first time. You're welcome. Emmanuel, I've not heard your voice.
I'm here, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Can I say something?
See, in a summary, what have we said so far from the beginning to the end in 5 sentences? What have we talked about in 5 sentences?
Okay, I didn't
Your
join.
time
Good
starts
morning,
now.
everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good morning. So I didn't join from the beginning, but I will talk about a few things from where I joined, right?
Okay.
I started listening from where you talked about the technologies used in supply chain, examples of some technologies. Yeah, and my own input, if you allow me to. For example, this recent AI now, I think it will go a long way in supply chain, making work easy to deliver and tasking. It will go a long way in supply chain. And then we also talk about feedback in supply chain. And I feel the first thing a supplier will notice if there is a negative like if the customer is not satisfied with whatever product you supplied, the first thing I feel the customer will do is not to come back. Like he won't come back again. And the second thing is maybe to give it a negative review. And thirdly, maybe if he's to recommend to someone else, he or she will not do that because what he got, he didn't like, or he didn't appreciate the services he got. So he or she will not like to recommend to someone else, so that the person too will not get such services. So that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel.
I can hear you, sir.
Yes, over to you. What's your contribution in this? Just 20 seconds.
The network has not been fine. Even till now, I've not had the visual display, but I'm just going on and off. But I will be with you now, sir. I'll be with you now before the end of the class. So I can contribute very well, sir.
Okay. Apparently, we have come to the end of the first class for today. So maybe you join the next one. Okay, somebody's raising hand. Caesar. After Caesar, Ambrose Issa.
Oh, thank you so much, participants. And I really wish to add into. I think it was very, very informative. I'm going to, unfortunately, the whole thing is coming to an end, but I had issues and other contributions as well, especially on the issues when you talk of the key function of supply chain, issues like planning. You said this is very key because it is actually what will drive the supply chain moving, and it has to be timely made, and must be focusing. But what I wanted to add in a bit is like I would say, planning would be actually very key, and should be guided by the relevant data which is actually generated, and that will take me to the use of the use of technology in that. And my field would be like I work in I'm a pharmacist by profession. I work in a hospital, but most time we have had with data current technology is that sometimes the data system used are not easily actually they're not user friendly, and that complicates the access and utilization of that. And yet this is the data should be the key drivers of the planning and other aspects. We also talked about sourcing as being a key function of supply chain. With sourcing, we avoid eventualities of we allow for continuity of service delivery to meet our customers' demands and expectations. We are able to continuously ensure the running up of our system and operations. And sourcing actually is key component because it supports supply chain strategic roles in ensuring that we are able to achieve our overall organization's goal. And then we talked of the distribution of how we distribute the products to our customers, and that would ensure that we must have enough, and our distribution system should be such that we are able to meet the requirement and deliver the supplies in a timely manner. And I think also in line of that distribution, there's a use of reverse logistics and product recalls. And I was talking from my experience in Uganda, we've always had some products recall as well pharmaceuticals, but because nobody is willing to commit to the cost, sometimes apart from quarantining this product, removing them from the cell and keeping them aside, they remain high to that until. So I was wondering, who should really bear this cost? Otherwise, those are my great experience that I got from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Which other person again? Sarah Ambrose, sir. You want to say something?
Okay, yes. I don't know if you can hear me well.
Properly, I can hear you. Clear.
Oh, all right, very good. You know, we've actually been following. I wanted to say that it would be great if you read the comment section, because not everybody knows how to want to really talk all the time, and because of time being, sometimes we put our contributions in the comment sections. I observed you were not reading some of the things that were being commented. If most of us can't talk, most of us can contribute through the comment sections, because even when you spoke about feedback, I had already started giving an answer from the comment sections. I'm just saying you could read out some of those things as well. And what I've learned from what you've said is quite relatable, because okay, I'm also a pharmacist, and we have a supply chain system. A supply chain system, we have like the pharmacy section, and we have the logistics people, we have procurement departments. We all work together. So we also look at things that you also spoke about today, like the inventory system and procurement, and how do you even try to source for raw materials. In our own case, it's not necessarily raw materials. We try to source for drugs, of which we take into cognizance, okay, what is our lead time, period cover, and what is our final stop, to know, okay, how long will it take for us to transport this, giving time to the procurement departments to be able to go to source our drugs that we will need. And then this very department, in collaboration with the pharmaceuticals, try to go and look at, okay, which reputable companies or first class pharmaceutical companies would be able to supply you the drugs that you would need in the amounts that you need, and of course in a very good price. So they go around, they see which of these companies can give us this the best quality, of course, for our own patients, and then they discuss with whoever is responsible, like the finance department, with to be able to pay for it, and then we have the logistics department back to them, who will try to work on how they're going to transport these systems, transport all this, and all these are being done in time, because you know that we have a hospital running 24/7, and patients are also coming in. So one of the things I agreed with what you spoke about today was, of course, the management system, of which you said it cannot be run by one person. Very agreeable, because all departments have to come together to be able to achieve whatever is the goal of the organization, which is, of course, to serve your customer, and in our own, it's our own patients. So that's the little that I've understood and I've been following from the beginning of the lectures. I think it would be great if you add reading some comments speak in the comment section.
Yes, please. Thank you very much for that. It will be put into consideration going forward. Thank you so much. Okay. Who else? Marcos.
Hello, sir.
You want to say something?
Yes.
We have just 1 minute. What time?
1 minute. I thought the class
Yes,
was ending at 2.
Yes, this first session ends by 12. The second session ends by 2.
Okay. Okay, I
Yes.
just wanted to give a summary of what we've done so far. I know that we have been talking about the supply chain system and then its functions, the core elements and the core functions that are there. And what I gathered is that these functions, they cannot work independently. They work all together in a holistic way, and with the main goal to satisfy the customer, because the customer is at the center of that. And for the supply chain to be efficient and effective, we need to integrate or incorporate the management functions and technologies so that the supply chain can be efficient. So it's just like a chain where there is a break, then there's obviously going to be a system. If there's a break at any point in that chain, then there's going to be a problem either downstream or upstream. So it's something that needs to continuously remain connected. And for this, we need these management functions in place and technologies that can ensure that we are communicating in both directions and that we can get information to create the demand and also to get the supplies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm impressed by your participation, and I hope that we'll do same in the next class. So I think the host will be giving us, I don't know, maybe 5-10 minutes for break, and then we come back and another facilitator will take care of the next slide or the next training. So from me, thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you,
Bye.
Mr. Friday. That was a wonderful one. We
Thank you so much, sir.
appreciate that. Appreciate it. It's a nice one.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want us to break for 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at exactly 12:10. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You're welcome.
Yeah, yes, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
As I was introduced, I remain Mercy. So good to have everyone on board.
Don't be, oh, bit too.
Yes.
You don't move without
to have.
dresses.
Please,
Go and
please,
sleep.
can we mute our mic?
I'll not give you my
please?
Can
Yahoo.
we mute?
Can we mute our
Can we
mic,
mute?
please? All
Okay.
right.
Thank you so much. So as I said, I remain Mercy, and I can see your names. I can see Oluwatosi. I can see Adeshuba. I can see Ambrose. I can see Zachariah. I can see, if I can't pronounce your name, well, please forgive me. Is it Bimela or Bimela Glory? I can see Boja. I can see Nishekwene. I can see Albert. I can see Ogechi. I can see Raymond. I can see Sarah. I can see Victor, and I can see Matthias. So good to have you on board, and thank you for having me this afternoon. So, without wasting time, we want to go straight to the matter of the day. And I think our next topic is demand planning and forecasting in supply chain management. And I believe that because I can trust the management, that they have seasoned, facilitators. And I want to believe that the first facilitator I took out is our time to do the needful. And I also believe that, but because this is an advanced class, that we must have had the elementary aspect of supply chain management and all that. So this is an advanced, which I believe I'm going to talk to, or I'm going to speak with, the advanced student of supply chain management. Okay, so the class, like I said, because it's an advanced class, is going to be engaging. Everybody must talk, share your experiences. I believe that, we are all managers in our different fields. So even I, as a facilitator, I'm also open, to learning. We don't stop learning. We can learn from everyone or from anybody. So without wasting time, we're going to talk on demand planning and forecasting when it comes to supply chain management. And after now, we're going to send you the slide or the material for this training. And for the meantime, the admin, I think is available and will do the presenting for us, because I have a little issue with my system. So I'm actually on this call with my phone. So I believe the management, the admin is present to do that for us before we start. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so MGB management, you help us to display the slides, right? Is that okay?
Let me, my ICT man, let me get to him. Go on
Okay.
while we work on it. Go on while we work on it.
Okay. So we are talking on the demand planning and forecasting in supply chain management. And as we all know, like I said, this is an advanced class. We must have known what, understood what supply chain management is all about. And I don't want to go into that. We all know that when you talk of supply chain management, it has to do with stage one to the finishing. Stage one, from the raw materials to the customers, the chain, that's why we call it the chain. And this is made possible by the effective managers in supply chain, management. And if the chain or the processes or the procedures are not well managed, you cannot call it an effective supply chain management. When you are in production and your customers are not satisfied, your chain, that chain is not complete. Okay, so that's about that. So we move on to demand planning and forecasting. So as an advanced student in the class, I want to believe that we all understand what planning is all about. Not necessarily in supply chain management, planning in all facets of life, your own life, home, your business, your offices, or wherever. You cannot do away with planning. Of course, we know that planning has to do with coordinating, managing, and putting together, bringing together all the resources that we have, both the human resources and everything, able to manage it, or able to coordinate, bring everything together to give you your desired goal. That is what planning is all about. And then, so we are now looking into demand planning in supply chain management. And please, the management, have you shared the slide yet?
Yes, he's working on it. Just go on. He's working on it.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to ask a question, so I don't want it displayed yet. I just want to someone in seconds, maybe 10 seconds. What do you understand by demand planning? What do you think? Assuming you don't know, what do you think demand planning is all about? Someone, please.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Afternoon, yes.
My name is Victor. Okay.
Okay, let me hear. Okay.
Yes. I want to. Okay, basically, when
okay, ladies first, please. Ladies first, please.
Yes, ladies first, please. Good afternoon, ma. Thank you very much.
Good
See,
afternoon.
basically, when you hear demand planning, what will come to your mind is you are planning based on the demand of a particular item. Coming from the customers who actually, the end users who actually want this product. So now you are going to plan based on maybe a particular client may have called and said, I want 1,000 units of a particular thing. You plan based on that so that you don't have excess products on ground, or, and you don't use necessary resources for what is not needed.
Very correct. Very correct. Thank you so much. So demand planning is a critical aspect of supply chain management, as it involves estimating future customer demand for products, not just one, not just a product, but products or services. Accurate demand planning enables companies to align their production, inventory, and distribution strategies to meet customers' needs efficiently. Now, like I said, I believe that production, inventory, and distribution must have been, talked about in the previous class. So we'll just go, when we get to where we are going to spend more time for, explanation, we'll do that. So demand planning and forecasting are crucial aspects of supply chain management that involves predicting future customer demand for products or services. These processes help businesses align their production, inventory, and distribution strategies to meet customers' needs efficiently and effectively, not just efficiently, but effectively. Okay, so demand planning, we are taking one by one. Remember, the topic for me as we're having now is demand planning and forecasting. So we'll be taking one by one. So demand planning is the process of estimating. We all know what estimate is all about. In our daily spendings or purchases or buying, you just like, okay, what if I go to market? Okay, I know this product is, this good is maybe 20 naira. And because, maybe the last time you bought that product was like a month ago. So it is advisable that you estimate it more, because you wouldn't know what happenings, what policies have taken place, whether the price has gone up. So you estimate higher, knowing that the last time I went, it was this, and then you estimated, further. So it based on historical data, market trends, and other relevant factors. Market trends, historical data. Of course, when we talk of inventory, stock taking, and all that, you will not be able to plan without having information of the products or the sales or the production or transportation or everything put together. Now you plan because you know that this is this. You cannot plan without knowledge. Are we together?
Yes,
Are
we
we
are.
together?
Yes, madam.
Please.
We are together,
because
we are
I need
together.
Okay, okay. So you plan with knowledge. You can't just wake up and say, I want to plan. You must have gotten one information or the other. And this information will come from the different, departments of the organization. Start maybe from, it's not even maybe, from the supplier to the production, to the transport department, to the customers, the retail, the wholesale, everything, everybody. So you get this data from there. The history, what we mean by historical data is you must have been collecting data for a long time. Okay, let's assume my company is producing Indomie, and from January we've been producing Indomie. We've been supplied the raw materials from ABC, company for the raw materials. The production has been going. We've been able to produce maybe 20 cartons a day or packet of Indomie a day, or, and we've been able to our going to our customers has been maybe from here to there. We've spent like 1 hour on the road, and then we get to the customer. The goods we've been supplying so far has been in good condition, and the customers have been able to sell out to the retailers in good condition with good reports, and they've returned. So all these things are taken into, are written down. Let me use a layman language. Are being collected. That's the best way to use it as professionals now. This information, this data has been collected and kept. So when you talk of planning, you plan with the information that you've had on ground. Now, the market trend, what is trend? What has been trending in the market? The goods, the products we've been having, we've been sending to the customers, how have they been? If we are having maybe 2 or 3 different products, you will see that maybe one is selling faster than the other one. And then you would have had this information stored somewhere, So when you are planning with this information, it will help you. And we also talk about other relevant factors. And we are now saying that the goal is to create a forecast that serves as a foundation for supply chain decision-making. Of course, we know in management, there's also decision-making. You can't just sit down and fold your hands and say, oh, after all, my own is this. There's always decision to make. So the demand planning process typically involves the following steps. I've already explained that, but we are going to see that. Number 1 is data collection. Like I said, you gather historical data. The previous, what has been happening, how many cartons of Indomie has my company been able to sell in the past months, in the past years. History has to do with the past. Customer orders, okay. What products have the customers been ordering more? Which one is less? Okay. Market trends, which one has been trending in the market? Which one do people really say, oh, I want this? When they go to market, they demand for this instead of this product, and any other relevant information that can help in understanding demand patterns. That's for data collection, which is, to me, the simplest thing to talk about as far as this class is concerned. And we now, after collecting the data, we now analyze the data. That comes under data analysis. Analyzing the collected data to identify patterns, trends, and seasonality. Patterns, trends, and seasonality. What do we mean by identifying patterns, trends, and seasonality. How has these products been, how are these goods, how have they been going? In what direction have they been going? The supply, the buying, the selling, how has it been going? What's that? What pattern? Like, is it in bulk? Is it in one? You know, do we have somebody walking and pack 20 cartons of Indomie? Or do we have people that are coming to, oh, they just want, oh, as I need it, I can't buy it, just one for the time. That's the pattern. The trends, like we've heard, oh, what is trending now? Okay, what is, oh, is Gucci that is raining. Are we together?
Yes, ma'am, we're together.
Yes,
Okay.
we are together, ma'am.
Yes, it's Gucci that is raining. Oh, everybody, all the happening people, you know, they have celebrities, they have to go for a Gucci bag, Gucci shoes, Gucci dress, Gucci, the trends. That's what is trending at the moment. And then seasonality. We know what seasons are all about. Is it like maybe summer, like Hamatan, like, as we are now, the weather is hot weather, rainy season. You need to know all those things just to help you to be able to plan. So that is that for planning. In planning, I've mentioned that you need data collection, you need data, you need to analyze the same data that you've collected. And planning also has to do with forecasting. Please follow attentively. Planning has to do with forecasting, so using the data analysis results to develop a demand forecast for the future. This is also self-explanatory, readable, understand. You can read and understand as we run through. Like I said, when we get to where we need to stay, we will stay. So, but in case there's something that you've heard that you don't really understand, please just unmute and, you know, call my attention to it. So this forecast is an estimate of the quantity of products or services that customers are likely to demand over a specific period. I've already said that. Then you talk of collaboration, engaging with various stakeholders. Stakeholders include your sales team, your marketing team, your supply chain partners, your customers, and everything, and every other person. So when you talk of collaboration in planning, it means engaging with various stakeholders, which I have mentioned, you know, sales team, marketing, and supply chain partners to gather insight and validate the forecast. I can't just sit alone and say, oh, because I've been selling my Indomie, maybe I have a specific flavor of Indomie I'm selling, then it's going, it's buying, they are buying. Then I just sit down on my own and say, okay, since I've been, this is a product they've purchased. I mean, that have been sold in recent times or maybe the past month. I just sit down and say, okay, let me just, please, production, give me more of that particular flavor. No, I need to collaborate. I need to talk with my sales team. They are the ones that are actually taking the product out. I need to talk with my marketing. I need to talk with everyone in the chain, on the chain rather. I have to talk like, so that my own judgment can't just, one person's judgment can't just be final. When it comes to supply chain, you need stakeholders. When it comes to planning, you need stakeholders. They should be able to give more insight. You should be able to say this was this and this is how it's going. And we put together, because when we talk of supply chain, it's not just one person's activity. Everybody is involved. And that you need good communication, you need good relationship. So, and we are also talking about adjustment and refinement. The demand plan may need to be adjusted periodically based on new data, changing market conditions, or unforeseen events. We know, like I said, I can't just say because my company was able to produce and was able to sell Indomie worth maybe 500,000 cartons in a month, then I will just assume that that is how it's going to be. What about the unforeseen circumstances? What about the policies change? What about other things, other factors that can affect maybe someone? What about the competitors? Okay, let's put that. What about the competitors? Some other company must have known, oh, Macy's Indomie is selling fast and everybody is coming. And maybe would have gotten 1 or 2 tips, or maybe there's a weakness that I do not know. Remain our SWOT analysis, you know. And then you now go, the person is now having upper hand, has produced his own, and there's something that customers are looking for. And before you know, oh, this one has this, so maybe I have 99 and the other company organization has 100. The customers will always, especially those ones that are not, you know, the premium customers. I know we must have talked about this, the satisfied customers and the other one. Those ones that are just going around, they can easily shift ground and say, okay, maybe I was looking for the oil you put in this Indomie is not flavored enough, it's not this, and then the other person is able to put and say, okay, this my oil has to do with this, I put this, before you know, they will shift. So you need to know, you need to adjust, you need to always refine, you need to gather everybody you know, together. You need to pivot, because this we are talking about is collected every time. You can't use the data you collected. Fine, that is historical data, that one can help. But if you want to still stay and grow, you need to constantly collect data. And where you will make good use of that data to give you a better result is when you know, analyze it, compare the one of yesterday to the one of maybe 2 years back, and it will help you for proper planning. Are we together?
Yes, we are together.
Yes, we are.
Okay. And here are some key reasons why demand planning is essential. Very, very important. You don't just do a thing, because, oh, yes, it's done. Yeah, okay, there must be a reason. There must be a reason. And one of the reasons is optimize inventory levels. Optimize inventory levels. What do I mean by this? By forecasting demand accurately, businesses can maintain optimal inventory levels. That means reducing the risk of stock out or overstock situation. This leads to cost savings, better cash flow, and improved customer service. That's just that. I'm talking to advanced supply chain managers. Optimize inventory levels. By forecasting demand accurately, businesses can maintain optimal inventory level. You know, when we talk of inventory, we talk of the stock. You just stock. We don't want to, we are talking as professionals here. You say, oh, what's the stock? What's the stock? That's what we mean by inventory. What you have, what you produce down, and what, you know, you have at hand. So it reduces, when you optimize your inventory level, it reduces the risk of stock out. What I believe we understand what it means by stock out. Stock out is you've taken everything out, there's nothing left, and customers are demanding, you know, they are demanding for, oh, we need this, and you now get to see that, oh, you don't have anything on ground. Or you just assume, oh, because like I said, this Macy's Indomie has been selling, okay, let's produce, and you have overstock. So planning will help you to, you know, to eliminate stock out or overstock. Are we together? And we also talk about efficient production scheduling. Efficient production scheduling. Demand planning helps in developing production schedules based on expected demands, ensuring a smooth and efficient manufacturing processes. This minimizes production disruption and wastes. Self-explanatory. If efficient production scheduling, you need to know what you need to produce. You need to know why we are producing, and you need to know where are these products needed? That's what makes it efficient production. You can't just produce because you feel, okay, my company has been producing this, okay, we've been demanding for this raw material. Yes, we have to have it in stock. Yes, it's one of our products. Let's keep producing. No. Before you can see that your production is efficient, that means you must have known the demand. You must have minimized production disruptions and wastes, so that you don't end up producing what is not needed, or you don't have what is needed. We also talk about effect allows companies to allocate resources such as labor and machinery more efficiently, resolve cost savings and increase productivity. Resource allocation. Now, this production, do I need machine, or I just need manual labor, or do I need technology to do it, or what is this? You have to, put costs into consideration. You need to put costs. So, in a nutshell, we will say that planning will help you to do what? To save costs, to know what resource to deploy at a particular time. Do I need machines? Do I need sophisticated machines for this production? Or do I just need human labor or manual labor? What do I need? You have to, that's what planning will help you to, to do. We also talk about enhanced customer service. When companies can anticipate and meet customer demands promptly, it leads to higher customer satisfaction and loyalty. If I am a consumer, there's a particular company that, produces the product I use, and I'm always seeing that product each time I'm in need. Do you think I will have any reason to say, okay, let me just, these people I'm always seeing this product, what is it? Let me just change it. It will even make me stay with the company. Like, I don't have stress looking for it. There are some products that you see in the market today. You will get it. They would, the sales team, they would convince you, oh, this is good, this is good. You end up getting the product. You get home and the product is actually good, is working well. And by the time you get back to the market, you are not seeing it again. They will tell you, oh, it's out of stock. Oh, we will get it. Oh, in next 2 weeks, please come back. Won't you look for a substitute? Are we together?
Yes, we are together.
Okay. Please, I need us to follow now, so that I feel I'm just talking. I'm not getting feedback.
No, we're following. You know that our mics are muted.
You say you're what?
We muted the mics. We're following.
Oh, okay. Please, I need 1 or 2 people to do me a favor. Like, I need that feedback. If I was using a larger system, I would have been able to see and call and all that, but a little limitation here. So I need 1 or 2 people. I don't know whose voice, who spoke the first time. The lady that spoke the first time, what's the name? Ogechi. And the other, I heard some other person's voice, a man. Someone wanted to talk. A man wanted to talk. I need the name.
Victor. It was Victor.
Victor. So I need Victor and Mr. Victor and Mrs. Ogechi to always give me the feedback, please.
Okay, ma.
All right. Thank you so much. So I was saying something. You can leave your mic open. I think that would be better. There won't be too much this thing, but make sure your background is not noisy. So I was saying something. I was illustrating something like, there's a particular product I like using. Okay, not a particular product. I get to a store, and maybe I was looking for, okay, I'm a customer that doesn't even have a particular product. Like, I don't stay with one. So I just get to the store that one a particular time, and then the sales personnel is able to convince me by introducing a new product to me, and I'm able to get it. Getting home, I'm using the product, and the product is actually working, you know, with what I was told. And I'm like making up my mind, okay, henceforth, this is the product I'll be using. And then I get back to that same store, going for that product. And I get there, I'm not seeing the product. And I ask, oh, is that of stock? When is it going to? Oh, it's just, you can, in 2 weeks' time. This. My question is, as a customer, you put yourself in me. If you are me, what will you do at that point?
But for me, I'll look for an alternative product.
You look for a close, they call it close substitute.
Yes.
Okay, alternative product. And if fortunately the alternative product or the close substitute works well for you, will you go back to the other one?
Never, because they are not reliable.
You will not go back. Reason would be that it is not that the product wasn't good, but because the product was not available as at when you always need it. True or false?
True.
So if I have this product and it's serving me well, and the other one is serving me well, but one is always available, don't you think I'll be loyal to this one? So that is just what I was trying to explain by enhanced customer service. Okay. And we say one of the reasons for demand planning is reduce bullwhip effects. Bullwhip effects. We know bull and we know whip. Now, this is a simple illustration. You know whip, like whip, cane, kind of, not a straight cane. That other cane that can, that is flexible, that when you shake, it will be giving you the waves. Yes. So that's what bullwhip effect in supply chain management has to do with. Anything that happens from the lowest customer, from even a one, how do I put it? A one product buyer, anything that happens there is likely affecting till the production. Just imagine, just visualize or imagine the whip, the whip. When you shake that thing, what does it happen? It affects the wave. The shaking affects from up to the end. Do we understand?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So the bullwhip effect is a phenomenon where small fluctuations, just minute limitations or fluctuations in customer demand result in amplified variations upstream in the supply chain. Anything that's like this thing I'm saying now, like my illustration now or my example, I stop using that simply because don't you think that if I see some other person that is that product, which product I don't mind them, that one that you buy tomorrow you will not see. So if the information goes like that to 10 to 20 people and goes, now when you are producing that same product and you are eventually bringing them to the store, do you think that I will still go back and say, okay, they've come, let me go and stay? I will always remember, my experience, and I will not stay. So the bull effect here has to do with those fluctuations, from the lowest, the lowest customer that demand, that will amplify it. It will go to even to the production. So in planning, you have to put all these things, in check. We now say demand planning helps to mitigate this effect by providing better visibility and reducing demand distortions. I've already said that. So one of the reasons for demand planning is that is supply chain collaboration. I've said this, I've said that. It's time for me to, hit the ground running, So effective demand planning encourages collaboration among supply chain partners, allowing them to work together to meet customers' demand more efficiently and effectively. And we were talking about forecasting the other time. We said we said that the demand planning process typically involves around the following steps. And one of the steps we mentioned forecasting. So now we want to talk about forecasting. Forecasting involves using historical data and other relevant information to predict future demand patterns. Various forecasting methods are techniques are employed based on the nature of the data and the specific requirements of the business. Some commonly used forecasting methods include time series analysis. Time series analysis. Of course, we know that planning has to do with time. You can't plan without time. Is always a constant, factor in planning. Time is always the constant. Time is always the constant factor in planning. So time series analysis. This method uses historical data to identify patterns and trends over time, helping predict future demand based on past behaviors. I have said that already. So we are also talking about moving averages, a simple method that calculates the average of a fixed number of the most recent data points to make prediction. That one is self-explanatory too. We talk of exponential smoothing, similar to moving average, but it gives more weight to recent data points and less weight to other ones. So when you talk of exponential smoothing, we are talking about, paying attention to the newest, the newest data, the recent data that you are collecting, while the time series analysis takes care of the historical. So we also talk about trend analysis, identifies and extrapolates trends in historical data to forecast future demand. Seasonal decomposition separate the historical data into a seasonal, trend, and random components to make more accurate prediction. We talk about causal models using cause and effect relationship to predict demand based on specific influencing, factors such as promotions, marketing campaigns, or economic indicators. We know all this; they are all self-explanatory. Demand variability and factors. Demand variabilities and factors influencing demand. Demand variabilities refers to the fluctuations and uncertainties in customer demand. Several factors can influence demand patterns, including seasonal demand. We've said that before. This may vary based on specific seasons, holidays, and events. The most ones using the international market or international supply or international products or the weather abroad, as a case study here. We talk of seasons. We've learned that we have some product like maybe clothing that when it is summer, you will find those clothing in stock because it's summer, the weather is friendly, sun is started coming, there's not too much cold. And when summer is over, you go there now, you are looking for that, maybe it was a lighter, textured clothes. You will not find it because that season has passed. So that's what we talk of seasonality. And we talk of economic factors like economic conditions such as inflation and consumer spending can impact demand patterns. Especially, we should understand this better because we are Nigerians. I don't know if we have people on the diaspora here, but we'll understand this economic factor better than the people that are not here. Because when you talk of inflation, you talk of customer spending, the goods and the products that we're able to buy at ease, maybe the past few years, let's say last year or before, maybe May this year when a new government took over, you will see that if you want to buy those products, you'll be considering your income. You'll be looking at, will I be able to, okay, instead of me to go for this, let me go for this because the inflation is high. So you need to, in forecasting, in supply chain management, you need to see all this. You need to understand the economic factor that could determine whether your forecast should be of more or less. We are also talk about competition actions. You cannot rule away this competition actions. I have made a little illustration the other time where I have everything in my Indomie that I produce. I have 99 and the other person is having 100%. You need to put all this into consideration. You need to, technological advancements, you cannot do without this, especially in this time. You know, changes in technology or the introduction of new products can alter demand for existing products. That is very, very true. Consumer preferences, shifting consumer preferences and trends can lead to changes in demand for certain products. That one we've explained before. Managing demand uncertainties and risks. Demand uncertainty and risks are inherent in forecasting, as no prediction can be 100% accurate. No prediction can be 100% accurate. However, businesses can implement strategies to manage these uncertainties effectively. You can implement strategies. You will never, and you might not have 100% accuracy in your forecasting and in your planning, but you need strategies to manage these uncertainties. Strategies like what we have mentioned them before. Strategies like bringing all the stakeholders, the shareholders, everybody together and do it at least to have a balance. You need to also consider safety stock, maintain safety stock levels so buffer against demand variability and prevent stock out during unexpected demand spike. Safety stock. Now, when we talk of safety stock, know the product that can at least stay for a long time. We have perishable goods. We have goods that at least can stay. Maybe the expiration that can, the life cycle, yes, can stay maybe 5 years. There are some that is not possible. It has to be consumed within a month, 3 months, within a year, and all that. You need to know this because by the time all other factors that are or that way, affecting your demand, when those factors are no longer there, we are talking about inflation now. What if by tomorrow dollar returns to 100 naira per dollar? And then the demand comes, this product has come down, or the price has come, let's rush. I need this, I need 5, I need this. And before you know it, you don't have it. So safety stock is also advised. We talk about flexibility in production and inventory. We've said about that. You must be able to develop agile production processes and flexible inventory management strategies to respond quickly to changing demands pattern. You must be as a supply chain manager. You are always on your toes. There's nothing like, oh, let me go and sleep. After all, it's been like this, it's been like that. You're always, always your team, the forecast team, the planning team, the managers, everyone, the stakeholders, everyone must always monitoring. That is why this topic is very crucial. We started by saying it's a very critical stage in supply chain management because everybody is working. So you need to know. It's not like when finally the factors that were limiting the demand is finally removed, and then you are not able to get it before you run to your supplier of raw materials, before you come to production, before you come to how it's going to be transported to where. Oh, remember, put your competitors, always know that what you know, millions of other people know about it. So you have to be flexible. Know what product to have in stock to stay. Know how long they will be able to stay before they expire. All those things, you know, you need critical thinking and critical decision making. You need to collaborate. You need collaboration and information sharing. Work closely with supply chain partners to share information and improve the accuracy of demand forecasts. You have to work closely. You know, there's a topic that is talking about a lock step. There's a lock step in supply chain management. The lock step where, oh, your supplier is putting his leg here, the production is putting their legs here, the customer is putting their legs here, the wholesalers, the distributor, the retailer, everybody is working in lockstep, so that you'll be able to, you know, to know what you need to have on ground, what you need to, okay, let's talk like professionals, so that you know how to prevent stock out and overstock. That's just what we are talking about. So scenario planning is also one of them. Develop multiple scenarios for demand projections, considering different levels of uncertainties to plan for various outcomes. Planning in business or in businesses, unforeseen circumstances will always be there. Uncertainties will always come in. Even as you are, oh, I'm an expert in forecasting, I'm an expert in planning, there are some uncertainties that will always arise. But for you to be an efficient and effective forecaster or planner, you need to always plan, forecast, having uncertainties and things that, okay, risk. You have to think about risk. You have to think of unforeseen circumstances. You need to think about uncertainties. Put that together, and that will make you, so even if you don't have 100% results, you would not also have 0% limitations. You need to balance. And we talk about continuous improvements. Regular review and refine demand planning processes based on actual performance and feedback to enhance accuracy and responsiveness. Continuous improvements, not the one that your customer will be saying, oh, I didn't like the container, the packaging, and you said that's how we do it. We've been doing this for the past 5 years and nobody, how come it's just one person that is complaining? That one person might be the one that will bring you 100 people tomorrow. So there's need for continuous improvement. If you forecast well, it will give you continuous improvement, and you look back, you take feedbacks, you take, and you are responsive, not just like, okay, we've heard you, and nothing is done about it. We also talk about integrating demand planning and forecasting into supply chain management. Business can make informed decisions, optimize inventory levels, and deliver better customer service, leading to increased efficiency and profitability in their operations. All this that we've been talking, you know, we've been speaking English, we've been this, we've been that. If you plan and forecast well and have your informed decision, have your optimized inventory level, deliver better customer service, this will lead to efficiency and profitability. You will make more money. The processes will be easy for you to, you know, to follow through. You all this running skater, we have, oh, how many do we have in stock? Oh, we have just 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 customers are demanding maybe 100 each, because you did not plan well, because you did not forecast well, you did not take, you know, all the data you've been having available for you, or probably you did not even have them. You did not even collate those data. Definitely, it will lead to decline in production, decline in sales, and decline in your profits. So that is what we are talking about. Have someone learned anything today? Can we have feedback, please? Apart from the 2 people I said should give us feedback, can I have 2 other people that talk on what we've talked so far before we move on? What in a sentence have you learned since we started? 2 other people apart from Victor and Ogechi.
Hello. Hello, this is Glory.
Please let me hear your name. Okay, Glory. Go ahead,
Glory.
please.
Yes.
Okay.
What I've learned from this lesson is that demand planning involves a number of things. Involves collecting information, the data that will be required to estimate the needs for our customers, and that it requires that we analyze that information considering the different factors that can maybe cause the demand to change or to fluctuate. And some of those factors that I got were that it could be patterns, it could be trends, it could be seasonality. And when we must have analyzed it, then we can be able to develop a forecast for our future demands. And that forecast, it's not a fixed forecast. Because of those factors, it can change at any time. So we can always review and we can always review our data and collaborate with other people. Collaborate in our forecast, exercise. And when we do that, we can be able to do other adjustments so that we can refine the demand, like I already said, based on the changes that are happening. So, and then I also learned that in this, we can have, I've learned about the bullwhip effect, that those changes, there are things that can cause, if they happen at one level of the supply chain, it affects the whole chain. Means that the chain has to be complete. So they have to control these factors so that that bullwhip effect cannot be, will be minimized. So I think that is what I learned.
Okay, you learned so well. Thank you so much. Okay, do I have Albert? Albert, I need Albert to talk. I'll be calling names now. Is Albert in the call? Okay, do I have Ambrose? Is Ambrose on the call?
Yes, I'm on the call.
Okay, so is that Ambrose, right? Is that Ambrose talking?
Hello.
Hello, Makanga.
Yes,
Can I come in for Ambrose?
Okay, come in and tell me your name, please.
All
Tell
right.
us your name, brother.
I'm Zakaria.
Okay.
I've learned so far that
volunteering.
Yes, I've learned so far that the place of data is very, very crucial in terms of demand planning and forecasting. So even if you've done your forecasting using different methods, that time series, trend analysis, and so on and so forth, there are a lot of things that can come and change that forecasting that you've done. But then that includes like seasonality, patterns in demand, and so on and so forth. But there are a lot of things you can also do to tidy up, which is what you've just finished explaining, continuous improvement, doing agile supply chain management, collaborating with other stakeholders, and so on and so forth. So far, this is the summary of what I've learned so far. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, someone wants to talk.
Yes, ma. So, ma, in the last 50 minutes or thereabouts, you've been able to tell us what demand planning and forecasting is all about.
Okay, who is speaking? May I know your name?
Ogechi.
May we know your name?
Ogechi, ma.
Ogechi, thank you.
Yes, ma.
Okay.
So we looked at the
you can go
reasons
ahead.
why. We looked at the reasons why we need to, you know, demand and plan while carrying out a project. And some of the reasons we said: optimize inventory levels. We talked about efficient production, scheduling, and so on. Then we went ahead to talk about the methods of forecasting. After you have planned based on demand, and there is now a need to forecast. Then in terms of forecasting, we talked about some of the methods and the techniques, which you said time series analysis is one of it, moving averages, exponential smoothing, and so on. Then we went ahead to look at the demand variability and factors influencing demand. These are some of the factors that can affect demand planning. We talked about seasonality, we talked about economic factors, and so on and so forth. So this is what we have been
and so forth.
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad. When nobody was talking, do you know, I was afraid. I said these advanced students, maybe I'm not able to meet their demand.
No, ma, you did.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So you are laughing. It's very important. I have to meet your demand, you know, so that you will not run away from me the next time. Okay.
You are already
so
satisfying us. You are satisfying us already.
Oh, thank you so much. Good to hear that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. You know, we've been talking about, and nobody has asked what is the difference between demand planning and forecasting since. Nobody has asked. I was expecting somebody to ask. I only defined demand planning, and I did not define demand forecasting. And nobody asked. We must be able to differentiate the two. So, can someone try? Can Zachary, what's his name? Can you try for us? It seems you are the class captain, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not the one.
Okay. All right, I understand. So please, can you just try in your own understanding? Yes, differentiate the two. What is demand planning and demand forecasting?
Yes, in my own simple understanding, when you say demand forecasting, you are estimating what is required in the future by using the various methods. But when you are saying planning, you are planning to meet those demands that you've already forecasted, so that you already are in a position.
Okay.
You are devising various strategies to make sure that you meet the demands that you forecasted already.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. You got it right. Thank you so much. So both are processes used for assessing a business stock, but demand forecasting differs as it's part of the larger planning, which Mrs. Zakari has said already. It's part of the planning. You cannot just come and plan. I mean, you cannot forecast without planning. So the forecasting is embedded in the planning. Do we understand? Demand forecasting differs as is part of the larger planning picture that considers external and internal data to predict product sales. So that is just that. So we move forward quickly. We want to talk about the 6 methods of demand planning. Number 1 is what?
Sorry, please let me see if I can chip in something. See, when you talk about demand planning, I thought it has to do more of an immediate thing. Then demand forecasting has to be futuristic, based on history.
The future.
Yes, based on history of what has been obtainable in the past. Assuming in a hospital, you have a history that every rainy season, you use about 1,000 packs of anti-malaria, right? It gives you a plan that in the next rainy season, you should be able to, factor it in and budget for 1,000 packs of paracetamol. It's futuristic. For me, that's what I think I understand. I don't know if I stand to be corrected. Then demand planning has to now be with immediate, in terms of there is already a demand, and then we are working with that. I don't know if there's a striking difference between these two things.
Yes, the difference, like I said, the difference is as a planner or as a manager, Okay. When we talk of planning, planning has to do with what? Coordinating. The mentoring, what does planning entails? Coordinating. I'm listening. I'm picking. I want to pick those this thing from you, those variables from you. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am, with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, when you talk of planning, you talk of coordinating, number one. Be mentoring it.
Talk of assessment.
Assessment, yes.
We talk of setting goals, objectives. We talk of monitoring. We talk of
Objectives.
evaluating.
Okay, monitoring, yes. Evaluating.
Yes.
Supervision.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's the end, we know the other ones. So that is planning. Is somebody talking? Okay.
No, I just wanted
so
to add measurement.
Okay, measurement. Okay, thank you. So when you talk of planning,
strategizing.
Strategizing, I like that. I like that, strategizing. Okay. So we talk of management, assessment, setting goals, evaluation, and that, and etc., etc. That is planning. And when you are planning, what are you planning with? You are planning with what you have on ground. You are planning with what? Oh, okay, assuming I have a project of 10 billion naira, and I'm planning towards that project. Will I just start planning without having money? Or I just say, oh, leave faith now, leave religion now. So good by faith, by God's grace. We are talking of reality now. I have a project of 10 billion naira and I don't have 1 naira. Is that possible? It's not possible. So we're talking about what you have on ground. You are looking at how you source for your raw materials. You are looking at the production. You are looking at the sales, the distribution. You are looking at the modes of transportation and everything that you have that are already running. Okay, they are already running. And the forecasting, that's planning. And the forecasting has to do with, okay, since I have known this, I've evaluated how we used to get our raw materials, how production is gone, how many we've been able meet, how we've been able to get to our customers. Okay, with this information, what do you think the future of this organization will be like? Are we together?
Yes, madam.
Okay, so that is why, yes, that is what forecasting, yes, planning has to do with the resources you're already having, the variables you're already having. Forecasting has to do with, oh, these variables that we are already having, how can we use these variables to get to what we want in the future? So the person that said, was that Ogechi or who? Somebody that said the planning is the now and forecasting is the future. You are right. So that is what it's all about. Even though planning has to also have a bit of the future. That is why we are saying that they are both processes used for assessing a business stock. Demand forecasting differs in its part of the larger planning picture that considers external and internal data to predict product sales, to predict the future. Are we good to move on?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes.
Yes, I wanted to put it in another way so that
okay,
maybe if we put it in this way, demand forecast and then demand planning, maybe we'll understand it better, because it is about the demand that we are talking here. So it means that one is having to estimate and quantify what we need, and the other is having to plan on how to achieve whatever we have quantified. Maybe when we read it as demand planning and forecasting, it's as if the demand planning is separate and then only the forecasting is separate, but the two are talking about demand. So if we look at it as demand planning and then we look at it as demand forecasting, we'll be able to understand it better.
Yes, yes. I hope we have people that understands this.
Yes, she actually said what is
Okay.
very correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we move on to the 6 methods of demand planning. We are having our time is gone and we are still far, so let's see how we can go. So one of the methods is, of course, market research. One method to use involves market research, which is research that targets customers directly through customer survey. We know this. Sometimes maybe if you were buying product online, it happens to me. Sometimes I get angry, say, you just buy one product and they are sending you survey form to fill and all that. So that's one of the way, one of the 6 methods of demand planning, market research. And this is done through customer surveys and other strategies. The responses from this survey can offer invaluable insight into future sales projections. For example, asking your customer questions about their favorite product can help identify the items who like the most. It also helps to identify why an item is popular, which can help further successful product creation. That one is self-explanatory. We have one, or if not all of us, we have seen where maybe you buy a product, especially I experience that online a lot. You buy something, or even if you visit a place, you click on, with technology now, if you go to a particular page or a particular site, and you are searching for products, and they would know that is what analysis, the background, the AI and the machine learning that we are talking about, that's my field is talking about. They will be able to see, oh, this person is like this person is looking for this kind of, and before you know it, they'll be popping, some product will be popping for you to check. Some people do, initially I didn't understand, like, how do they know that I need this product? Because of your constant search, they would have followed your activities online to say, oh, this is what you want, and they will be giving you options. And then after that, peradventure, you buy one product, survey form has come. How did you like it? How would you love us to? And if you are honest enough to fill that form, that survey form, it helps the organization. So that's what market research does. And to some on the other side, the manual aspect, you can just get to the market. Oh, maybe you just check, wait in a particular store, check the number of people that are coming to buy a certain product, and you're like, okay, this is it. Most time, I think the Nigerian stores or shops or whatever have adopted this. You always see somebody, like, you're checking something that, oh, can we help you? Are you confused? What do you want? And all that. And they are coming to us, oh, this is the product. Oh, have you used before? You said, yes, I've used it. Okay, how did you see it? And you think that you're just answering questions. So those people, that is their job. Getting feedback, from customers and all that. That's market research. So, and we also talk about the, please mute. We also talk about Delphi method. Please, can we have you mute? We talk about Delphi. The first one is market research, which I've explained. The Delphi method, this one involves consulting with a panel of outside experts to make predictions about product sales. Outside experts. This works well for companies that require looking at their products from viewpoint as opposed to data-heavy analysis. We have people like, we have outside experts that they come together, They talk about the product, they look at, oh, this, that, and all that, the history of the product, this. Like St. Louis Sugar. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, ma'am, we are together.
In my class, I always like using holistic examples. Holistic examples. Have you ever asked yourself why, since when I was born till today, you have St. Louis Sugar? St. Louis is always St. Louis. The package is not changed. Even when you buy it, to keep in a place, maybe you have dam A, it will melt. Sometimes it will be, it doesn't melt, it will even be stick. It will be stick, like solid. It turns to solid. It will not be able to break and all that. And it's still selling. Though personally, I'm doing a research on why St. Louis, with these little limitations, little stuff that I don't like about it, St. Louis is still selling. Maybe there's something I'm still doing. I'm still doing a research on that. So Delphi method involves consulting with a panel of outside experts to make predictions about product sales. Outside experts, bring the experts in the industry, maybe in a beauty industry, in food industry, in, they just bring it. So let's look at this product that has been in the market for only God knows. So what do you think? You think in the next 5 years, this product will still be here? So that's where the Delphi method. The Delphi method has to do with consulting outside experts, and they are able to work. They just bring them, of course, like consultants. They come and look at it, compare it to other products and all that. And with the heavy the data they've been collecting over the years, and they are able to analyze it and give you what you want. So when using the Delphi method, businesses often send outside parties questions about parties. They often send outside parties questions about their demand plan. Typically, the answers returned anonymously. You won't know who is giving you this. For example, a question may be, what is the main priority when demand planning? The panel then discusses the submitted answers to decide on the, we know, it's self-explanatory. Now, I'm calling Ogechi, I'm calling Zachariah, I'm calling Glory, I'm calling Sarah, Albert, Ambrose, I'm calling Victor as an expert. I say, okay, so what do you know? What do you think demand planning is all about? And with all this, your expertise, you bring your point, your analysis, and you put it together, analyze it, and you present it to an organization. So the organization doesn't need to know you, doesn't need to know Ogechi, doesn't need to, just know that, oh, this submission is coming from experts in demand planning. So we talk about trend prediction. I've said that before. Trend prediction uses previously collected data from past sales to make prediction. Oh, we are about to enter some places. Maybe Abuja is experiencing Harmattan. I know about Abuja. Maybe Benin is experiencing Harmattan and some other parts. Now, what do you think is a product? Maybe like, okay, take for example in a beauty industry. Do you think that oil-based products will sell faster than water-based products in Harmattan season? Okay, maybe I would have put the question, what products do you think will sell better in Harmattan or during Harmattan?
Oil-based products.
Oil-based products.
Oil-based products, because we need to shine our skin now. Nobody wants to look like a, one croaker fish. Yes, with scales. So it's the best oil-based product that will sell and all that. So that is what we are talking about when we talk of trend prediction to make about upcoming sales. The strategy can be simple and viable for most businesses. Like I said, it's very simple for cosmetics now, but for some, it might not be. Companies like to identify specific trends that occur so they can make plans accordingly. For example, A business may notice a decline in sales every August or multiple years in a row, which suggests a trend. The company can decrease their stock production to facilitate a higher demand. I have said that every August, maybe from I know of summer, maybe late July to, I think we are still in okay, to late October, that's summer. You predict, and I don't know, I think that is really obtainable or applicable to the to the Western or to the other nations and all that, because like now we don't even, which one is summer in Nigeria? Which do we have summer in Nigeria? And all that. So for those that are having those kind of businesses in that location, in that in those countries, you will know that, like I said, I remember saying when we just started, like when you see, oh, this is summer, this is this, and the goods are out, another type of goods, especially clothing, are coming in, and we talk about the Gucci. Oh, it rains. Gucci. If I don't wear Gucci, if I don't wear which other one, Tommy. If I don't wear Burberry, if I don't wear all those things, they come in. And you also, who are the people that are actually fascinated about these trends? You look at the age, the Gen Zs. Is it a 70-year-old woman that will say, oh, I want to wear Gucci? Though some are still, but very, little number and all that. For the mamas and the papas that are happening, mamas, and they can see, say, okay, I need Gucci. My daughter buy me Gucci. But you know that the people or the age gap, the age bracket of people that are actually keen about all these trends and designers and all that are actually the Gen Zs and all that. So you need to know the trend and all that. And we also talk about okay, very important point to take here is when a business or brand is just starting, we know that it won't have access to a lot of data. In this situation, a business can refer to available sales data from other companies in the industry. Yes, because when we are talking like this, we are talking about existing companies, organizations that have been there for years, and all that, and they have their own data, their own internal and external data. But what if a business is just starting and you need to plan, you need to forecast? How do you do that? The answer here is you refer to other companies, industries, or in the industry, the data, sales data from other companies in the industry. You need to do that. And sometimes I remember when we did a project on some of our classmates were doing, and there was need for us to visit Nestle Nigeria to get some information, and it was very difficult because to them, why would you this is this, you can't even get through, but you don't have thoroughfare from the gate and all that. They keep it as a secret. Now the question is, if for example in Nigeria, you are just starting a business and you need that kind of information and you need a data from, okay, let me see this. How will you do it? How will you do it? So one way or the other, you just have to find a way to get it and all that. So the additional information can help you predict the trajectory of your sales until you have enough data to work with. So that is just that. As a new business, as a new organization, as a new company, however, how you are going to do it, but you need data from other companies in the same industry for you to be able to plan and forecast. So we also talk about graphical method. We know that one, where you plot a graph. That one is very simple. You use your Excel. Your Excel will give you, just put your data there and say, okay, in 20, plot your graph. The graph is as simple as ABC will be able to show you, oh, in 2022, oh, your Indomie was able to, in between August to so, And you also know, like, all these things are very realistic, even in our small businesses, you know, very realistic. You see that maybe when schools are on session, you tend to have more of Indomie sales and spaghetti sales because of the children that are going to school. So in this graphical method, you should be able to see that, oh, maybe we have January to first week of April, where you have a school session. That's for nursery, primary to secondary now. You'll be able to plot and say, okay, the graph will be able to show you that, oh, from this month to this month, you should be able to stock Indomie, or you should be able to stock spaghetti. So that's what graphical method of demand planning will do for you. We'll be able to show you, you know, if it was declining by so year, it will be able to show you. If it's inclining, you will be able to see it. So that's what graphical method does. And we also talk about sales forecasting. We know that one. This method uses prediction based on advice from your sales team, who often gain valuable insights by interacting. These ones are because they are the ones that are going out to meet the customers, the consumers, and all that. So they will come back and tell you, oh, this is what they buy most. Oh, this product that you always give me, they don't buy it more. Do this one. So that's what the sales forecasting will do. So, and we are asking, why is demand planning important? Why is it important? We've answered that question many times before now. So we now look at demand planning best practices. Both supply and demand planning have known best practices that help companies better manage their inventories. 3 of the most common demand planning best practices include achieving a balance between on statistical data and forecasting. Are we together?
Yes, we are.
The best demand planning practices, achieving a balance between modeling based on statistical data and forecasting. Can someone help to explain that? One of the best demand practices is 1, achieving a balance between modeling based on statistical data and forecasting. Can someone rack his or her brain? Rack your brain, rack your brain, rack your brain, rack your brain as experts, as advanced students. Do we have somebody talk? Anybody can talk, even if you've spoken before.
Hello.
Let someone talk. Yes.
Yeah, my name is Victor.
Okay, Victor. Good to have
Yes.
you. Good to hear you. All right, go ahead.
Achieving a balance between modeling based on statistical data and forecasting.
Please, can you be audible enough? I can barely hear you.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so for me, I would say it's balancing the data as against the output of what has been gathered, making you like based on the product, the information gathered, and for you to go into production, you try to balance the two so that 1, you won't overproduce or underproduce, and 2, so you will meet the demands of the customers and not meet their demands. In other words, to say, that's what I would try to say here. So
okay.
you achieve a balance.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the word I was looking for. Achieve a balance. So if I'm taking all the data you've been collecting, you are seeing this, oh, in so months, and there was a demand, the high demand in this, in that, and you're forecasting. You should be able to forecast, okay, we sold 50, and you forecast like, okay, have a balance, maybe 30, not 50-50. You must have a place to meet your forecasting. Have a balance. That is just that. There's no other word to use more than that. That is just that. Okay, for example, oh, I'm from where I'm staying to where I want to go to is as I maybe 2 weeks, nothing is constant anymore in Nigeria. No price is constant. Even the tea fares are not constant. So I'm going to a particular place from where I'm staying, and maybe like last week I my fare was 500 naira, and now I'm like, I just heard that the fare that was maybe 1 naira is now 2 naira. Okay, give and take. Maybe they will add like this. I should be able to take maybe extra 2 naira to add and say, okay, it's better I add this. If I go now, at most it won't be more than it. I know it will be above 500 I used to pay, but it won't be more than maybe 700. So that's where the balance is coming from. Do we understand?
Yes.
So, and another, yes. Okay,
It's
do you
not,
want to
I've
talk?
not understood well, madam. I've not understood the balancing well. It doesn't mean that the balancing that we are talking here is having to do adjustments and get an actual forecast, which maybe if we use statistical models is going to give us approximately the same thing. Is that what we are talking about?
Yes. That's what we are talking about. That's what we are
Okay.
talking about.
Okay.
Yes, that's what we are talking. When you forecasting, you would, what we are saying, what they're trying to tell us here is avoid over forecasting, avoid under forecasting. Do you understand? Don't over, because you were able to sell 50 as at last month. You are now forecasting 200. If you are forecasting 200 against 500 that you've had as your statistical data, it doesn't balance, does it?
No, it does not.
It doesn't balance. So you can forecast 100 instead of having. Do you understand me? I'm trying to. I'm looking for another word, but I think it's just that balance that we are talking about. When we talk, even in our interpersonal relationship, they will tell you just have a balance. You come from this way, you argue in a heated argument, they always tell you have a balance in your argument. We are now saying,
Is it
it's not okay. Okay.
Please, madam,
Okay, I'm
is this
listening
balance,
to you.
is it what is measured in forecast accuracy?
Yes, that's another word. That's another word. The accuracy means, accuracy we are talking about here means that the accuracy doesn't, okay, let me go on the negative. The accuracy doesn't mean that, because from January to, this is November to October, you were able to sell 5, okay, let me use 50 cartons of Indomie. All right. And then you are now taking that data now that you have kept and said, okay, that means for every from every January to October, we'll be having 50. And then you're like, okay, since we had 50 this year, let us add 200 for next year. That's January to October. There's no balance. Is there any balance there? So the balance we are talking about should be that, you were having 50. There's tendency that January to, okay, let's add 50. You have the balance. But anything that is above what you have seen before, there's no balance. Please, some other person can.
It's understood now. So what we are
yes,
saying is that demand planning brings balance in the sense that it helps us moderate the forecasting that we are doing.
Yes, that's the moderation we are talking about. But we don't need.
In other
We
ways,
need to use. Okay.
in
I
other
was
ways, what
trying
you are
to say
saying
that
here.
we need.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, no. I want to hear your point, please.
Okay.
So that
Just a
everybody
statement
can
that,
learn. Yes.
yeah, just a statement I want to add here. What you are saying here, in
Okay.
other words, is you cannot have something that is perfect, but you are trying to achieve a balance. So what you do is that you try to reduce to the barest minimum the margin of error.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That is it. But you know, as a professional, as an expert, you need to use those terms, that so that we are talking like this because we are in the class. Okay, maybe you are explaining to a layman, and that's when you break it down to all those more other these things. So that's what we are talking about. It makes sense. In other words, I would say that what this means is don't over forecast. Don't assume, or don't over assume. Of course, forecasting in a layman English is assumption. Abi, in a layman word is assumption.
Yes.
But in your assuming, don't over assume.
Yeah.
For those of us that once in a while we do a little buying and selling business and all that, you know, there are times, personally, I am a brand of a particular a brand partner of a particular beauty company as a side hustling. So there was a time the product just came and we like everybody, and now took my money. Oh, this is it. Only for me to see that the products were just there. No, and I did not understand this as at that time, that you could, you know, think of the complexion of the person, the skin tone, the weather, the this. Me, I just like, okay, because it's selling as at that time, I packed it. I was over forecasting. I was over. But if I like, okay, if I've sold 3 people, what about the weather? What about the other things and all that? What about the price inflation? The people that are buying at 1 naira now, if it is raised, the price is raised to 5 naira, would they be able to? So you just do your balancing. I can't do without that word balancing. Just balance your assumption. So that's what it means. I'm enjoying the class, because when one person is doing the talking, is as if people are not. I like classes where people ask questions and get deeper understanding. And I wish other people are also doing so. And I wish they are also learning from those that are asking these critical questions. So let's move on. We're talking about the best practices in the demand planning. One which we have taken like how many minutes to explain. The second one is analyzing metrics gathered from the product, customer, and location levels. The metrics we are talking about, you know, all these things we are going down now are things that we have said at the beginning of the class. Analyzing metrics gathered from the products. What are the products, the container, the content itself, the packaging, the everything, the life, what is it called? This life, not life cycle, the lifespan of the product, and the customer. Yes, the share life. Yeah, thank you so much. The customer, what kind of customer patronizes this product, or what kind of customers patronize this product? Who are the people? The location, is it the people in Abuja or the Lagos people, or is it the elite or the lower, you know, the lower class? And you need to know all those things. Those are the best practices when it comes to demand planning. You won't just say, oh, because it's this. I've personally found out that there are some locations you go to and you look for some products you will never see. You will never see, because the people, the organization or the company would have known that, hey, this product, if you put it here, the people over here, they are looking for, okay, take for example, bathing soap. We have bigger brands and they call names for you, call prices for you. And maybe the people in my area that are just, oh, do you have a Lux? Maybe, okay, when Lux was raining, Lux, or which other one, Premier, or other ones. And then you are bringing a brand like Fair and White. You are bringing a brand like other top, I know Fair and White, I see it. So another bigger ones, you now bring it to a ghetto kind of, I'm sorry to use that word, a ghetto kind of location, do you think you will sell it? You will not.
No.
I'm not waiting for an answer. You will not sell it to just be there. So you need to, gather your metrics from the product, customer, and locations and all that, so that you'll be able to have your demand plan effectively. So, and another best practice is understanding how forecasting should be carried out. How should forecasting be carried out? It can be carried out by country if your product is international product or goods, by products, by month, by year, by location, everything. That's how to forecast it. Now, for people in Abuja, the top notch, they lead in maybe Maitama and all that. You need to understand what product, okay, in that area, what product do they use? Which of my product do they actually buy in that place? And which month, this thing you cannot do with that month. Which month do they actually need this product? Like we said, like we mentioned, if they are experiencing a harmattan right now in Abuja, the oil-based product, yes, the oil-based, that one is, I don't know, consciously and unconsciously. That's when you see the oil, anything oil, bring it. Even if you are still using what you will need oil to put because of the months and the season that you are. So you need to understand your forecasting should be carried out by country, product, month, and any other variables, any other thing that you want to add. You need to understand this. We also say that one of the best practices is by paying attention to historical data as well as current and upcoming events. Business leaders, okay, your forecasting, you see in October, maybe a week to October 1st in Nigeria, what product or what good do we always see? A week to 1st October in Nigeria, what product do you always see available on the streets, in the stores, everywhere? Can someone tell us?
Nigerian flag.
Nigerian flag.
Yeah, Nigerian flag.
A typical example, yes, a typical example of that Nigerian flag. Do you know that I observed this year that the sales of Nigerian flag on a independence or before the Independence Day really declined? How many of us noticed that, for those of us in Nigeria?
Yes, I noticed
because
that
I
too.
saw that, yes, all those street hawkers, highway hawkers, do you know they were just running up and down, nobody bought it. Now
Do you know why?
No, I need to know.
Okay. Yes,
According to your context, it should be this context. So it should,
yes, according
anything
to
you are
this
saying
context
should be
now.
in the, yes.
Yes, the demand actually declined because people were not really in the mood to celebrate the independence, having had
Okay.
a lot of escalations in prices of goods and services. So people were really battling how to live, to get, basic needs of life, not a flag. People can really live without the flag. So the demand declined.
Yes. Okay. And then when it comes to inventory, when we were talking about outstock and overstock, do you remember that? Now, it could be that the person that produces, or the people that produce the Nigerian flag in other years over forecasted, true or false?
They did.
They did, because they were like, oh, everybody, all the car owners, all the motorists on the road, they will need flag, they will do this, they will do that, and they went and overproduced it. So that's a typical example of this demand planning we are talking about and forecasting. You need to know other factors are coming in. Nigerian flag, that in those days, every child, if you are driving with 5 children in the car, the 5 children must have their flag. They are happy. Now, like you rightly said, because it is no more important to us because of other factors, economic factors that are affecting the Nigerians. So we are like, oh, we know it's independence, but what do I need? The flag that my 200 naira can buy me another thing. So that's what happened. That's what happened. Pay attention to historical data as well as current and upcoming events. There are some events. The reason I asked that is because we are told here that one of the best practices of demand planning is actually paying attention to historical data as well as current and upcoming events. And that was when the question came in, you know, using that Nigerian flag. Now, one would have thought that, oh, with the historical data, with this, I understand demand and demand planning and forecasting. 1st October is coming. Oh, that's upcoming event and all that. Okay, let me just go and produce as much as possible. That is where achieving a balance comes in. Are we following?
Very well.
Very well. Very well. That is it. You got that data and you look at the future, and maybe the person that produced did not look at other things, did not consider inflation in taking inflation in bring it, you know, did not consider inflation. It was just, oh, it used to be. At that point, there was no balance. There was no balance in statistical data and forecasting. And they now have what? Overstock. And they ran out of profit. So that is just that. So, but in that, business leaders can better plan for period of increase or decreased demand and accommodate their inventories based on that data. This one explains everything we've said so far when it comes to demand planning practices. Pay attention to historical data as well as current and upcoming events. Business leaders can better plan for period of increased and decreased demand. Take that very importantly and accommodate their inventories based on that data. So I think that Nigerian flag explains it better than any other example. And we move on to say, as many businesses are expecting some downtime, it is a perfect opportunity to work on the things that have been neglected, things that there's never enough time for. By taking this gift of time, businesses can emerge from this period of uncertainty even stronger than before. That's a plus and all that. So we are also talking about encouraging collaboration between all departments. All departments, we have said this before. You cannot forecast, you cannot plan without bringing everybody, all the departments together. It's not possible. Production must provide information on capacity. Distribution provides workforce training and scheduling. Promotions and marketplaces. Guidance are functions of the marketing and sales departments. Forecasting encourages all departments to get on the same page, understanding their role and execute toward common goals. Since forecasts are data-driven, there are fewer decisions made on gut feelings. There's no gut feelings here. There's no gut feeling. If you do gut feelings in business, be ready to, to take the, the advantages or disadvantages that will come and all that. So we are talking about highlights, growth opportunities and their potentials. When an item or category is trending up from the original projection, a forecast allows a business to recognize this very quickly. Demand can be re-projected, ensuring that adjustments such as inventory or pricing can be made to maximize profit. This is self-explanatory. You always have to, this is where flexibility comes in. This is where flexibility comes in. You don't just say, oh, because I've done my planning, I've done my forecast, okay, let's just stay. It's going to be that way. You must always go back to your stakeholders. You must always constant meeting, constant evaluation, constant adjustment. You have to be flexible. You have to be flexible. Otherwise, they will be lost. You will incur loss. They won't be profit at all. So because in all of this, even if you're satisfying your customers, you're doing everything, are you not talking about profit? Yes, we know in our century today, before people used to go into business for the sake of, oh, profit, I want to make money. But no, we are told that it is only when your customers are satisfied that profit comes in. So the number one reason for even venturing into any business is actually to satisfy your customers before we talk of this thing. So lowers liability and markdown. With a forecasting process, items that are not selling up to the original forecast can be addressed early. An adjustment can be made based on the sales trend. Production can be cancelled and redirected. Pricing can be adjusted to increase demand. Of course, we know this. For example, I sometimes shop at Ebano supermarket. Sometimes, or not always. You know, when you go there, you see that like all these the sachet beverages, because of school children, you see that the prices are almost the same with the one in the local market. So one day I was curious, like, you know that these prices are actually the same, or apart from just the ambient of coming to shop under a cool environment, a serene environment and all that, the prices are actually, so why do I always come here? But I noticed that one other time, I bought another product and the price was almost times 2. Do you know what is happening there? Can somebody tell me what is happening there? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
I'm with you.
Please, can somebody talk with my illustration, with my experience, with my discovery? Can someone tell me what is happening here? Like, there's a product, like I mentioned, the sachet beverages, because of school children, you know, if you buy the thing, they will waste it or overuse it. So they know that, oh, one at a time is okay. And that I found out that the prices in a bigger shop or store, like Ebano supermarket, is the same, almost the same, maybe 5 naira different or thereabouts. So the one in the local market, maybe the one that the kiosk people, the Daboki is selling. And some other time, I bought another product and I saw that the price was times 2. So I was wondering. So my question is, does anybody know what's happened there?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
I think maybe for that other product, it had an additional value to it, to make the price to be double the other one. Maybe the quality also was different. So there should have been something that the supplier or the producers, what they made to add value to that particular one.
Okay. Okay. Do I have some other person talk?
Yes, ma'am. I think maybe what is playing out here is for the ones that the prices are the same, maybe that supermarket got in much quantities. So maybe they decide to lower the price because they were buying in much quantity. And maybe for the other one, the quantity they bought was not so significant for the prices to be lower.
Okay. Okay. Can I have some other person?
Okay, my name is Martins. Okay, Martins speaking. I actually wanted to say it. Martin speaking, please.
Okay, please.
Okay, so I actually wanted to say maybe they are using a mixed that is MIX, mixed marketing approach, if I'm allowed to use that word.
Okay.
By using those other popular products to attract customers to come and buy other major products they may be stocking in their store.
Okay. That's a good one. Another person, I hate some other person's voice, and that will be the last person to talk here.
So I think they are using demand as and pricing to lure people. So one product, since the demand is very high, they lower the price. And because the other one, the demand is not that high, they let the price maybe at the rate it is or like that.
Very correct. Very correct. The last two people have really hit the button. Yes, remember we are talking about lower liabilities and markdowns. You know, when I say that the forecasting process, items that are not selling up to the original forecast can be addressed early and adjustment can be made based on the sales trend. Now, that is in production, but the example of this banner was the sales here. So in production can be cancelled or redirected. Pricing can be adjusted to increase demand, or marketing promotion can be increased. Taking action early ensures that what they are doing, what I found out was they have understood the location of their business. Maybe we have like a banner supermarket at Maitama, and they know that fine, over there, maybe we can still have some people that can still come and say, okay, let me buy the sachet milk. And the majority of the people are actually the ones that will just come and buy whatever they need because they have the money. And now to accommodate the other people and the other people, and to bring more people so that one would not say, oh, I don't need to, I cannot afford, that supermarket is always expensive, or that store. People will come. All the categories of the customers or consumers will come. Those that will go for this will go. And maybe you will just, because you just assume in our gullibility, their things are cheap. And one day you mistakenly go to buy another thing. And they have reduced the price of sachet milk or and put in is until you buy it. And then if they are not conscious, I was conscious before, and I'm like, what? So this is what these people are doing. And in so many items, they are like that. There are items you go there, they even say cheaper than the ones you see in the market. So though in this one is not that typical example as regard to what we are saying, but I was only using that one, to explain to us better. So what we are saying here is that production can be cancelled or redirected. Pricing can be adjusted when you have had your overstock as a result of your over forecasting. You can quickly address it by either you cancel the next production, or maybe you have batches of production, you cancel them, and the ones you have that are not moving, just for you not to run at a loss, you bring down the price. And before you know, somebody will say, oh, they brought down the price, okay, let's just rush, and before you know it, you have sold out. So in all of this, taking action early ensures that the most profit can be generated. So you need to be, it all boils down to this flexibility that we were talking about. Flexibility is the key in forecasting and in planning. Forecasting and demand planning and forecasting, flexibility is the key. If you do not take anything in today's class, just know that in planning and forecasting, there's room. In fact, the greatest room you should need is that room of flexibility. Are we together?
Yes. Together.
All right. So inventory needs, okay, we talk about increasing turn and cash flow. Inventory needs are mapped out in the forecasting process. Businesses are able to save money because they can project the inventory they will need and when they will not need it. Thus, not having to hold excess, we have talked about this. It's just in summary, because in the next 10 minutes, we should be done and all that. So we are now saying that we guide scheduling for the rest of the company. Forecast enable businesses to anticipate staffing and production needs. It's not just in supply chain. Forecasting is not just for the product, so it's not just for what you are going to sell. It's not just for every bit of it, every stage of production, every stage in supply chain management is affected by forecast and planning. So you anticipate staffing. What if the demand is rising and you are short of staff? Will you be able to meet up production? The answer is no. I don't need to wait for answer there. You have the demand is high and you are short staff. You cannot, it's not magic, it's not magical for you to be able to meet up the production need. So you need to forecast the staff, the human resources. You need to forecast production. You need to schedule, the production can be scheduled, can be adjusted based on shifting priorities and sales trends. Everything, temporary staffing can be hired if needed. You just have to work back at like lockstep. I don't know, I can't do without that word. Lockstep. We must match each other. Match the raw material supplies, match the production, match the distribution, match the consumers, match the sales, match everything. That is when you can now talk about effective planning and forecasting. But when one is down and one is up, or one is down, one is up, one is down, you cannot say that your demand planning and forecasting was effective and efficient. You can't say that. So forecast enable businesses to see changes in consumer demands and help answer why the market is changing. We come to the final, we are just capping up and all that. So that when you are leaving the class, all this beautiful English we've spoken today, you should be able to, in 1 or 2 sentences, put them together that this is what you learned today. So forecast enables, if there's anything you want to take home, somebody has already said that before, but forecast enables businesses to see changes in consumer demands and help answer why the market is changing. As simple as that. You see changes in consumer demands and you help why the market, when you see the demand, when you see the changes, you help and give the answer, even when the market is changing. I think that's what the phrase is the best way to interpret the phrase rather. You see changes in demand, in consumer demand, and you help and answer why the market, you help them answer the changes, even when the market is changing. So it doesn't affect you like, oh, how did I know? There's no regret. I didn't know about this. So if I'd known, this, that, this. No, you'll be able to, the market is actually changing and the demand is there. You match the two, you balance the two. With well-defined data, a business can determine the white space in a market and begin the development of product to fill that space using historical data. A business can forecast potentials for new products and increase their success rates, is what we are talking about today. So it also increases knowledge of market because a well-defined hierarchy brings clarity and well-planned forecast. And a well-planned forecast provides a roadmap. Companies can see changes to the marketplace quickly. Valuable insight can be gained, giving companies an edge over the competition. So that is what demand planning and forecasting in supply chain management is all about. Please, do you have any questions? I will round up. Are we together?
Yes, ma, we are together.
We
Is
are.
there any
We're moving
question,
on.
please? I have so many people on the call. Why am I having just 2 or 3 people talking? Does it mean that others are not learning? I need to know so that I will do my demand planning better next time. Okay, Sarah. Oh, thank God. Sarah has finally. I'm so glad. Sarah, you can talk, please.
Ma, what I was saying is it would be great while you're doing the presentation, you utilize the comment section. Some of us have been replying some of these things you're saying through the comment section. For example, I heard you say lock stay. I didn't really understand. So I was like, okay, what's the word? Thankfully, someone else replied me on the comment section and they were like, okay, maybe because you don't utilize it, you don't see our responses via the comment section.
Oh, okay. I've seen somebody ask a lock step. Was that a question? Somebody said, what? Okay, Sarah was asking, what this word you say, lock step, please correct me. Lock step, LOCKSTEP, lock step. You still want answer to that question? I think somebody had answered.
Yes, I think she was asking for the correct spelling.
Okay, the correct spelling. Okay. All right. Is there any question, please? 2 minutes, please. I've overshoot the time of the class. I didn't even see that I was notified. I'm sorry about that, because I wanted to meet your demand. So
no question from my end.
No question. Okay, if there's no question, is there anything? Okay, you have a question. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Like you said, if a new product is coming in and there's no data, and they try to get data, and it fails, I think one of the methods they could use in getting that data should be the Delphi method, right? Where they gather experts.
Yeah, experts, yes.
Okay, so what in the event that data fails? Can they still go into production or do 1 or 2 things to enter the market?
Yes, that is why flexibility is the major variables you should use. You should rely on when it comes to demand planning. You have to be flexible. And also remember that in any business, you cannot do without uncertainties. You cannot do without losses, but it shouldn't be the one that will close down the business. So if the experts are coming together and are giving you, analyzing the data gotten from other people, or maybe their past experiences as expatriates and all that, and you apply them and it doesn't work out, that's the room for flexibility. You are not meant to go down and say, okay, I'm shutting down totally. You have to just follow. Like, that is when we say you have to balance it. Whatever the experts are giving you as a new business or a new organization, you are not supposed to, because the experts are saying in the next 2 months, I should be able to sell my product maybe up to 200 cartons of whatever I'm producing. Then you just carry and production straight up. You should be able, that is where we talk about that, achieving that balance, using the statistical data from the experts and the other, which other one we say, the demand or whatever, the forecast, and then come together, find a balance. So if the experts are telling you, you are good to go producing 20 tons of whatever you produce, you should be able to bring it down and say, okay, let me start with this. So you have to, as a business person, you are a strategic thinker. Do you understand? You must have had your own experience. Yes. So that is, to me, that's the answer to that question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. All right, so we can call it a day today. I hope we have learned something. And you'll be glad to have me around some other day or some other time.
Thank you,
and
madam.
I hope I've met your demand today. And you should be able to forecast that the next time we are going to meet is going to be better, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mrs.
Excuse me, ma. Excuse me.
Okay.
Hello.
So, without wasting time, this is where our class ends for today. Thank you so much for your cooperation, for your participation, for also making me to learn, because I'm also learning from you people. Thank you so much. So see you again in the next class. Thank you and bye.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Mercy. That was a wonderful
Bye.
presentation. We will want to have you some other time. We really appreciate this appreciation of yours. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. All did it today. Let's meet again next week, Saturday, and God will help us. Continue to have a lovely time. God bless us all. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Yes.